Howdy, Earthlings! Welcome to Messier Marathon 2025. I'm Deanna Rose, your resident Night Sky fangirl, and I am going to attempt to get as many Messier objects as possible tonight. Now, going through my notes, I did find there are about 5 that I'm not going to be able to hit. Messier 33, 30, 74, 77, and 52. So we're definitely not hitting all 110 tonight, unfortunately. If I weren't surrounded by cedars, I might have been able to get those, but as it stands, where I'm located at, I don't have a clear view. I did quite a bit of research to find what objects will be over 30 degrees altitude. All of them, for the most part, except for those 5, will be about 30 degrees either after rising or right before setting within our time frame. So we're going to try our hardest. However, the Texas weather is not really cooperating as much as I would like it to. We do have some wispy clouds south to west. So we are going to have to deal with that. We're going to try really hard to get everything we can, but I'm not going to guarantee what we get because of the clouds. So we're going to go ahead and get started with my sunset list. So on the Seastar S50, we are heading straight for Messier 103. It is still a little bright out right now, so I don't know if we will actually get it. Sunset was at 7:49, but we all know that just because it's sunset doesn't necessarily mean that it's dark enough yet. So we're going to go to 103 and let it do its thing. Now, I'm going to attempt to get the Andromeda Galaxy, which is Messier 31, together with 32 and 110 on the S30. Go to settings, choose. All right. Objects, come on. Messier. $31. Now, in order to get all of those, I'm going to have to change the framing a little bit. I'm going to move this just a smidge. Actually, I'm going to expand that just a little bit more. And let it do its thing. Hopefully it will actually capture it. It is very close to setting. It will actually be dipping below 30 degrees above the horizon about 8:06. So I'm not going to guarantee that I can get this. I might actually need to stop it and try to get it on regular. Just to make sure that we can get it. And we need to reset 103 on here. Go to. Let's keep our fingers crossed, folks. Probably later this summer will be a better time to get the Andromeda Galaxy. I might need to try that one again. That time with better framing. But we shall see. Shooting. It might not be dark enough for it to actually pick it up yet. Oh, hey, look, we've got a little satellite over there on the S30. All right, so I don't think we're dark enough yet. Now, Messier 103 is circumpolar. We might have it for a little bit longer. Let me see when. And astronomical twilight will be at 7:42. So we've already passed it. I don't think that's right. All right. Twilight. Nautical twilight is at 8:13. So we might have about 5 more minutes. Oh, that's nautical twilight. Astronomical twilight is not until 8:41, so it might be a little bit longer until we can actually get something decent. But I'm going to keep trying. We do have quite a few objects to get through tonight, so if we're starting out a little slow, don't worry, it will pick up. I think our slowest time is actually going to be between 2 and 4 p.m. or 2 and 4 a.m. I have all these little packets here separated by time chunks. 8 to 10, 10 to midnight, midnight to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, and then 6 to sunrise. So I'm actually going to load up on my laptop Starry Night. Messier 31. And I'm just going to fast forward. Oh. I'm going to change the graphing on this. Stop charting that one. Start charting M31. And it looks like that one's going the other direction. I'll probably have to get that in the morning, starting sometime in May, it looks like. That's going to be more of a summer to fall uh, object to get. So I'm going to just make a note of it here. So we probably won't be able to get that one tonight. We're sure as heck gonna try though. But again, this one sets at 8:06 or it goes below 30 degrees at 8:06. So there is a good chance we're not going to get those guys tonight. So those will end up in the no-go pile. And I'm going to be terribly unprofessional, and I'm going to vape while I am live streaming. I do apologize if that offends anyone, but it's going to be a long night. I've got my nicotine. I've got my caffeine. I'm going to be staying up until sunrise, and even past, because I have chores to do in the morning. All right, so we're not snagging anything just yet. Again, astronomical twilight isn't till, where did I put it? There it is. Astronomical twilight will be at 8:41 p.m. We are past civil twilight, and we are approaching nautical twilight. So I doubt we are going to get the Andromeda tonight. I am going to put that in the no-go pile, unfortunately. If you haven't had the opportunity to, you can head over to texasdarkskies.com, check out my blog, and find the blog entry on Messier Bingo. There is a bingo card that you can download and you can follow along. And I've actually got mine on my laptop over here, and I will be filling mine out, and I will post my filled out card in the comment section of this tomorrow, and in the community post section. And I'd love to hear how many you guys are able to catch. And if there's anything that you really want to see, just let me know in the comments. I'm going to take a quick step away so that I can see how much light we actually have left. And hopefully it will get dark enough soon that we can really get rolling. Okay, so it is getting darker. However, we are still a little bit cloudy. It's setting towards the west, but hopefully those will clear up. I do believe that 103 is going to be 103 is going to be close to that. Let me see about 79. 79 is another one of our sunset ones. That one might be a little cloud covered as well. And just a heads up, my cat is here with us. She is hanging out here next to my chair. She might jump up and try to come and visit. Yes, baby. So we've already passed civil and nautical twilight. We are waiting for astronomical twilight at 8:41 p.m. my time. That's when it'll be nice and dark. It's already pretty decently dark out there now. However, we still have to contend with clouds. Hey, baby. Hello. Hello, my child. You coming up? You want to sit on my lap? Yeah, come on. Hello. This is Miss Spirit. She's my princess. Hello, baby. All right, it's trying. Oh, there you go. She's loving on me. All right, it is trying its hardest. Nope, you can't go there, baby. And now she is walking in front of my keyboard. Hey, you. So, since we don't have a good close-up on Messier 79, let me tell you that it is a globular cluster located in the constellation Lepus near Orion. It's one of the few globular clusters visible in the northern hemisphere during winter. It lies approximately 42,000 light years away from Earth and spans about 118 light years in diameter. It contains hundreds of thousands of ancient metal-poor stars with an estimated age of about 11 billion years. It's thought to have originated in a now disrupted dwarf galaxy that merged with the Milky Way, adding to its historical intrigue. So, it did not pick it up. Let's go ahead and give 103 another shot. M103 is an open cluster located in the constellation Cassiopeia. And it's one of the most distant open clusters in the Messier catalog, and it's about 8,500 light years from Earth and spans about 15 light years in diameter. Since this one is a little further north, we might be able to get around the clouds. Maybe. This one is right at the edge of clearing the tree line. Let's see if I can't adjust this a little bit. Maybe. There we go. Normally I would have my hair down for live streaming. However, it is a little warm for Central Texas. It is currently 80 degrees outside, Fahrenheit. Let's see what it would be Celsius. I can't math very quickly. It would be 26.7 degrees Celsius outside right now. So, nice and warm. It's trying. Oh, I'm already yawning and it's only the first hour. No, that's not good. That's not good at all. We still have about 11 hours to go. About. It's trying its little heart out. Go to the object. Now, another thing about Messier 103 is it's circumpolar, which means it never dips below the horizon. 30 degrees is just what I've determined. 30 degrees above the horizon is what I've determined I need to get past my tree line. Anything lower than 30 degrees and it generally bombs out. It's trying. It's trying. Failure. All right. Let's go back to 79. Actually, let's see where we are at with them. 79 is currently exactly at 30 and sinking. You can tell my little graph here. This guy here. And what about 103? It's also at 30 and sinking. Let's try 79 one more time. If we don't get it, we'll put it in the no-go pile and move on. It will pick up soon, I promise. I think it's going to be another no-go. After this, we will try 103 one more time. If it's still at 30 degrees. If it's below 30 degrees, we'll stick it in the no-go pile as well. And then I will take another quick trip to the front door to see how the clouds are looking. Yeah, that's right in the cloudy zone. I don't think we're going to get it. So I will move that preemptively to the no-go pile. And then I've got the 8 to 10 p.m. pile we will go through. Yeah, that ain't going. Let's see where 103 is at. I'm going to send 103 back over. And while it's doing that, I'm going to run and check the cloud cover. Okay, so the clouds to the west, or to the south, are moving to the west. And they seem to be setting with the sun. It is nice and dark. We do have a new moon tonight, so we don't have to worry about moonlight really obscuring anything. We do have random wispy clouds floating around. And I'm going to get our 8 to 10 p.m. pile going. So I'm going to get this guy over, Messier 45. And that is going to be good enough where I can actually there we go. Let's see if we can get Messier 45, which is also known as the Pleiades or the Seven Sisters. It is an open star cluster. It's one of the more famous ones. It is about 444 light years away, making it one of the closest star clusters to Earth. And it spans about 17.5 light years in diameter and contains over 800 stars, though its most prominent members are the bright blue stars visible to the naked eye. And the cluster's age is estimated to be about 100 million years, meaning its stars are relatively young. And surrounding the Pleiades is a faint reflection nebula created by interstellar dust reflecting the light of the cluster's stars. And it looks like we caught it. Now, what you saw me doing earlier was changing the field of view using mosaic mode. Basically, what it's going to do is, in order to fill the whole space, it's going to take multiple pictures. So you'll see it compiling the pictures on the screen, and it will just continue running. And it may take probably about, I would say, 30 to 60 minutes to compile the whole thing because of the size. But we will see how it looks. Now, as we see, M103 is not catching. So I am moving that over to the no-go pile and pulling over another stack of objects to try to grab. We're going to go to Messier 34. It is currently 37 degrees, so hopefully we will be able to grab it. And that is an open cluster in the constellation Perseus. Messier 34 is approximately 1,500 light years from Earth and spans about 15 light years in diameter. It contains around 400 stars, many of which are bright and young, making it a striking cluster to observe. The cluster is estimated to be about 200 million years old, placing it in the middle age range for open clusters. Let's see if it will actually pick it up. There we are. There is M34. And it caught it. So since it is the first object of the night, it is going through the initialization process. And basically what this is doing is it's calibrating it, as you saw on the Android screen for the S30. Basically what it is doing is it's calibrating the compass and making sure that we are in the right location. And there we are. It is capturing. There we go. And as you see with Messier 45, it starts with one picture. It's going to take a whole bunch and fill in the whole black space there. but it does have to initialize. It's going to autofocus. It's going to make sure it's calibrated with the compass. It only does that on the first object. If you've ever thought about trying a smart telescope, sea stars are awesome. I love them. They are the best investment I have ever made. It makes astrophotography easy. I even use it for capturing exoplanet transit data for NASA's Exoplanet Watch. Horizontal calibration successful. Moving to target. The ones on the S50 are going to move a lot quicker than the ones on the Mosaic mode because I only need to get a few frames. I do have it set up for 10-second exposures. So with the sea stars, you can do 10, 20, and 30-second exposures. I generally keep it at 10-second exposures because we do have lots of objects in the sky, such as comets, asteroids, meteors, and satellites, both artificial and natural. And if I have it set on 30 or even 20-second exposures and something crosses the sky, it will catch it and leave streaks in my pictures. So I generally leave it at 10 unless I'm doing a nebula, at which point I will try to do 30 and try to capture as much as possible. Preparing for image enhancing. Now, as you can see, we do have quite a few controls here. We have a light pollution filter, which does automatically come on for specific objects, but you can toggle it yourself. I could technically adjust the brightness, the contrast, and the saturation while it's shooting. I generally don't do that. You can autofocus or you can manually focus the image. You can use a joystick and move it around manually to look at something else. AI denoise is absolutely my favorite because it gives me such nice pictures to look at. And there is M34 on the screen. That mark, let me show you what the mark does. Oh, can't do it there. Hold on. Gotta come over to the screen and do it. Yoink. Shows you exactly what you're looking at. So I'm going to give it a minute or two of exposures. Then we'll denoise it and save it. And I'm going to write the date on my sheet. I'm going to save my no-goes, and I will use those throughout the rest of the year, and hopefully I will eventually have all 110 for the year. All right, so we have a minute here. I'm going to go ahead and denoise it. The AI denoise goes pretty quick too when it's on a regular shot, but on the Mosaic mode it does take a little bit longer. I'm adding +5 to the brightness to get those stars to really pop, but then I am doing 15 on the contrast and 15 on the saturation. I'm also going to change the ratio to 2/3 or 2/3. And I'm just making notes here on what I am actually doing. I'm going to save that image. And first one in the bucket. Yay. Put that in the pile down there. Backing it up. We're going to stop it. And I am saving the images on the hard drive for the telescope. And the saved images that I'm doing here when I AID noise, those save to my iPad. I am also saving each individual, oh, my brain just locked up, exposure, each individual exposure. And I could technically take those and use a program like Registax and manually stack them myself. But I don't wanna. Next, we are heading to Messier 76. Messier 76 is a planetary nebula, and I want to show you this real quick. So, we have the little red dot here. That means that it is automatically going to turn on the light pollution filter for this. So, let's go grab that. As I mentioned, this is a planetary nebula. It is also known as the Little Dumbbell Nebula, and it is a small planetary nebula located in the constellation Perseus. It is about 2,500 light years from Earth and spans about 2.7 light years in diameter. This nebula formed when a dying star expelled its outer layers, leaving behind a hot central star that illuminates the surrounding gas. Its structure is more complex than many planetary nebulae, with two distinct lobes giving it the dumbbell appearance. So with the nebulas, we are going to want to let them sit for quite a while, minimum 5 minutes. Generally, you want longer to get more detail, but since we are jamming our way through tonight, then we're not going to get as clear of an image as possible. This is something that I might want to look at later. I'm going to check my laptop, my Starry Night software. And I am going to look up M76. I'm going to graph it. And I am going to find out the best time to start grabbing this, which will probably be in June. Now, for the nebulas, I am going to find the best shot dates for those where it will start closer to the beginning of the evening, and I can set it on a higher exposure, and I can let it run all night to get as much detail as possible. You can see here we're getting just a little bit of that dumbbell shape. And like I said, we're shooting for about 5 minutes worth of exposures there. And hopefully that will give us a little bit more detail to it. And M45 is trucking along over on the S30. Now, the difference between the S30 and the S50 is that number represents the aperture on the camera. 30 millimeter aperture versus 50 millimeter aperture. With the 50 millimeter aperture, we are getting a tighter shot. That is why the majority of the images that I'm capturing tonight will be on the S50. The S30 is going to be a little bit wider. It's not going to be as tight of a shot. And I'm using those specifically for objects that are too big to fit into the native field of view on the S50. So I've got quite a few of those throughout the night. As you can see, I can only have one of them plugged in at a time because of my adapter for the extension cord. I currently have the S30 plugged in. I am most likely going to swap that out at some point in the night. I believe that I actually won't need the S30 after I capture Messier 42 and 43. So I might turn it off until later. Even though I'll end up turning off the scope, I can still have the app open and use that to keep track of what we're doing. Let me see. When is my next S42 and S43? That's going to be the Orion Nebula. That's going to look pretty wicked. But after that, I won't need the S30 until the 4 to 6 a.m. time frame. So yeah, I'll probably turn that off after that and swap it over to the S50. So you can see we got about 340 on the S50. Stacking failed. That happens when it doesn't capture the frame. And it is officially past nautical twilight. So we are nice and dark. Hopefully the skies will be nice and clear for us. Or as clear as they can get. Alright, so Messier 45 is actually going to be above the horizon until about 9:59 p.m. my time. So, and then Messier 42 and 43 will be above 30 degrees until about 10:29. Hopefully I won't have to expand it too much on, stacking failed. It might be getting too cloudy to capture images on that one. All right, we are at 5 minutes on that nebula. So we're going to denoise it. And let's brighten it up a smidge. Let's get some contrast going. And let's brighten that up. And we're going to do 2:3 ratio again. 5, 15, 15. And I'm going to save that. And another one down. We are going to go back. We're going to stop. And the next one on our list is Messier 78. This is a galactic nebula. And this is a reflection nebula in the constellation Orion. So this one will most likely also have the light pollution filter on it. So even though it is a reflection nebula, it's one of the brightest reflection nebula in the night sky. And it's about 1,600 light years away and approximately 5 light years in diameter. Okay, so this one did not turn on the light pollution filter. There might be a reason for that. I know some of them do better without the light pollution filter. We shall see. Like I said, this one, we're going to go ahead and we're going to try to get it to, 5 minutes of exposure. Everything is going swimmingly. Let me add these guys to the bingo card. 34. 3, 29, 25. Put those on top of that. And 76. 3, 29, 25. All righty-o. And we are just jamming along. Now, 78 will be dropping down to 30 degrees above the horizon by 10:51. So, if I want to get a better shot of that one, let's graph this one out and see. The best time to get this one would be October. Now, because each object has its own path, its own orbit around the Earth, so to speak. No, I'm not one of those Earth-centric people, but just because of where I'm at. Oh, hey, Kato. You have an S50, but it's cloudy where you are, out in California. I am sorry to hear that, but I hope you are enjoying your S50 because it is so much fun. It has been the best investment ever. But like I was saying, because of where it is in the sky, you know, sometimes it's only up there for a short time, sometimes it's up there for a lot longer, sometimes it's circumpolar. So hopefully I will be able to get notes on when all of these nebulas are going to be visible for the best amount of time. Now, the one that I am looking forward to the most is Messier 16. Messier 16 is the the Eagle Nebula. Messier 16 is the Eagle Nebula. It's the home of the Pillars of Creation. If you've ever seen that photo from the Hubble telescope, you can actually see the shape of it with the sea star, and that's the one that we're going to be getting with the S30 between 4 and 6 a.m. because it's really big. And last year I got that on the 4th of July, and that was my fireworks, and it was absolutely gorgeous. It's one of my favorite pictures that I've taken to this date. I've even made little buttons out of it, and if you go to my website, texasdarkskies.com, I've started making little coasters out of some of my pictures, and that's on the store on my website. So just a little plug there. Now it looks like the clouds are keeping us from getting a lot of exposures on Messier 78. I want to at very least, get a minute, although I would like to get more than a minute. But it looks like the clouds might be interfering tonight with this one. And it sounds like my mom has her little vacuum out. But hey, Messier 45 is trucking along nicely. It'll probably be done within the next 15-20 minutes. Dag nabbit. Just for grins and giggles. It will continue trying to take images as I denoise it, but I just want to see what we'll actually get trying to denoise it now. So if I brighten it up a smidge, contrast, so as you can see, it's not very much. I am going to, I'm actually going to $25, 2, 3, 5, 1, 5, 1, 5, 40 seconds. I am going to save that one, but I am going to let it keep rolling for a few minutes. There we go. My nephew rolled up in his truck and headlights hit it, so I'm actually going to stop that one for now. I'm glad I got it when I did. So we are going to move on to Messier 41. We've got an open cluster here in Canis Major. Yes. And it is situated 2,300 light years away from Earth and spans roughly 25 light years in diameter. It contains around 100 stars, including several red giants, with the most prominent star being a K3 red giant that shines at magnitude 6.3. The cluster is estimated to be 190 million years old and is visible to the naked eye under good conditions. Excuse me. So, there we go. Look at that. Oh, that's pretty. And it looks like we won't have that much longer to wait on Messier 45. So we're going to get M41 up to about a minute. And my nephew is outside the office door. And come on, roll it over. Another difference between regular mode and mosaic mode is in mosaic mode, it won't allow you to denoise until it's captured the entire image. So if you try to denoise it, it won't let you. You gotta wait until it's captured the entire image. All right, so let us bump up the brightness a little bit. Let's bump up the contrast. Bump up the saturation. And I will keep that at a 2:3 ratio. I'm going to save that. And Messier 41 is in the bucket. We're going to stop, and we're going to move on to Messier 1. All right. Messier 1. And this is one of our famous ones, the Crab Nebula. It's a supernova remnant located in the constellation Taurus. It's actually one of the more famous Messier objects because it's tied to the historic supernova observed in the year 1054. That's kind of neat. I would love to be able to see a supernova. And we are ever closer. Those last few, that last corner there on Messier 45, it's going to take forever. I've seen it get down to the last, pixel, and it just takes forever and ever. And you can probably see the Crab Nebula taking shape right here. It will pop once we have more frames to stack, and then we adjust the contrast and the saturation. Now, if I were to be doing these in 30-second exposures, I would be able to get different wavelengths of light, and we would actually get different colors in there, which is another reason why I'm making note on the best time to actually capture these nebulas, because then I can put it on a 30-second exposure throughout the night, restart it multiple times if I have to. Heck, I could even use both scopes and set one to a 30-second and one to a 10-second and see the difference between the two. So if I start graphing that, that also looks like it's going to be an October, November one. Best time. No. I do want okay, I got that already. So, Messier 1, it's also known as the Crab Nebula. I already went through all of my notes on it. And I have updates on my laptop I need to restart to install. We are getting a little more detail there on the Crab Nebula. Now, some objects that I capture are going to have multiple objects in one frame just because they're so close together. So I do have them grouped together on my notes. After we get done with the Pleiades, we are moving over to the Orion Nebula, as well as Demiran. I don't know how to pronounce it. Messier 43, Demiran's Nebula. And basically, those two are very, very close together. You really can't tell the difference between the two. because even some points during the year they kind of overlap. So I will have those in the same frame. And we have got some good detail already over on Messier 1 with 3 minutes of exposure. I want to try to bump it up to 5. I will be caffeinating all night long. And we might have, we have Messier 45. So let me grab my notes for that. 329.25. Mosaic mode. All right, so we are going to bump up the brightness a little bit. And the saturation. And I am going to leave that like that. I'm not going to change the ratio at all. And I'm going to save that. And I will be back in just a moment. My nephew is having a conversation on speakerphone, and I did not think he wanted everyone on the internet to hear it. All right, so I'm going to stop that one. And we are going to get over to Messier 42. There we go. And this one I am also going to be, there we go. Now, as you can see here, Messier 42 is actually the small guy up top. Messier 43 is the big guy in the middle, and you will see exactly what I am talking about when we go there. And I am going to, oh, we are still finishing up. We are waiting for 10 more seconds of exposure on the Crab Nebula. And of course, it's not going to stack. Come on, just give me one more frame. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. So let me show you up here. This little guy here is actually the Orion Nebula. This big guy here is Messier 43, Demiron's Nebula. And you know what? I'm not going to get that last 10 seconds. It's just going to be... It's going to be that way. So we are going to touch up that brightness. We are going to add that contrast. We are going to change the saturation. And we are going to change that ratio to 2:3. And we are going to save that. Messier 1 is in the bucket. And now it gets the 5 minutes. Of course, of course. And next we are moving on to Messier 50. Yes, I know it's pronounced Messier because the guy, Charles Messier, he was French. But I say Messier because I am an American. I should take more pride in my pronunciation because I used to speak French way back in high school, middle school, high school, when I was growing up in Detroit. But, yeah, no. You know, I think I could have actually just kept that the regular ratio. I might, once this is done, I might just try a regular ratio image on that, just for grins and giggles. So, we have Messier 50. This is an open cluster located in the constellation Monoceros, near the border with Canis Major. It is situated approximately 3,200 light-years away and spans about 20 light-years in diameter. It contains around 200 stars, many of which are blue or white, along with a prominent red giant that adds contrast to the cluster. The cluster's estimated age is about 140 million years, making its stars relatively young and vibrant. And as you can see, it looks kind of nifty. I know a lot of people think that star clusters are kind of boring compared to nebulas or galaxies, but honestly, I think that they're really neat. It's a lot like if you were to take a black sheet of construction paper and hold it up to the sun and just poke holes in it, you're never going to get the same thing twice. So even if we can't distinguish them because we see a bunch of dots, we can definitely see the difference between two of the clusters. If we see the two pictures side by side, we'll be like, yeah, they're different. But unless you study astronomy and study every single Messier object, I doubt you're going to be able to recognize them on sight. So that is 1 minute. And let's pop that brightness. And as you can see, right here is that prominent red giant right in the middle of it. You might see it better once I add the contrast. There you are. And to add the saturation, it gets a little more orangey, and you can see it right there. And I am going to change the ratio to 2:3. Download it. And another one down. Next up is going to be Messier 93. Which is another open cluster. Is it an open? It is an open cluster. This is an open cluster located in the constellation Puppis. It is one of the most beautiful and compact open clusters in the Messier catalog. It lies about 3,600 light years from Earth and spans approximately 10 light years in diameter. It contains around 80 stars, including blue giants and red giants. The cluster is relatively young, with an estimated age of 100 million years, making it an active and vibrant region in our galaxy. Now, let's see. There we go. Again, that looks like a bunch of dots, but you can definitely see the difference because we have a lot more towards one side, whereas with Messier 50, it was spread out across the center of the screen. Also, we have multiple bright red stars, whereas Messier 50 had just the one. $29, $25, and come on, give me another exposure. You can do it. I know you can do it. There we go. Let's denoise that. We are going to up the brightness a smidge. Yes, I have a pattern. 5, 15, 15. Maybe on one of my live streams we'll just focus on one object. There we go. We're going with the 2, 3. Yeah. Maybe next week we will take a couple of Messier objects and we will just spend the time adjusting the ratio, adjusting the brightness, contrast, saturation, and see how we do. Another one down. Next, we are moving on to Messier 47. Which is another open cluster. All right. And you can see that 42 and 43 are trucking along nicely there. Like I said, when it's done with the mosaic mode, I'm going to go ahead and try to take a singular shot with it. We can even change the exposure just for grins and giggles. Set it to a 30-second exposure and see what happens. Ooh, now you can definitely see a difference between this open cluster and the last one because we've got a lot more super bright stars there. Not the same kind of super bright as we got with the Pleiades, but Messier 47 is an open cluster located in Puppis. This one is about 1,600 light years away. The other one was in Puppis too, wasn't it? Yes, it was also in Puppis. The last one was 3,600 light years away. This one is 1,600 light years away. The last one was about 10 light years in diameter. Messier 47 is about 12 light years in diameter. Messier 93 had about 80 stars, and Messier 47 has about 50 stars, including several bright giants, which you can see on the screen there. And it's an estimated age of 78 million years, as opposed to 100 million years for Messier 93. So, yeah, they might just be clusters of dots, but they are very unique. And if you put them side by side, you can definitely tell the difference between them. Why did I move that to the done pile? It's not ready for the done pile yet. We are at a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to denoise that guy. Going to brighten it up a smidge. Darn it, come on. There we go. Up the contrast. Up the saturation. Oh, I do want to. Yeah. Another one down. 2-3 ratio. 5, 1, 5, 1, 5. Another one down. Bam. And the last one in my 8 to 10 p.m. stack is going to be Messier 46. Which is another open cluster. And it's going to be right over there by where we were just at. And you can see that we have, see what I mean about the streaks? Right here, it caught something moving through the image, whether it's a man-made satellite or a natural one. That should pop out here pretty quick. There we go. See, definitely different from the last one. So, Messier 46 is an open cluster, also located in Puppis. This one is about 5,400 light years away and spans approximately 30 light years in diameter. It contains over 500 stars, many of which are relatively young and bright, which makes M46 especially fascinating. And what else makes it fascinating is the presence of a planetary nebula, NGC 2438, which appears superimposed on the cluster. While NGC 2438 is not physically associated with M46, its proximity provides a unique visual treat for observers. Now, you noticed we're in Messier Marathon, and I just referenced NGC. Well, these are different catalogs. Again, the Messier catalog was compiled by Charles Messier in the late 1800s. And the NGC, I cannot remember for the life of me what it stands for. It is its own catalog. There's another catalog called the IC catalog. I will have more definitions later that will be used to fill time when we start slowing down in that 4 to 6 a.m. time frame. But we are ready to denoise this guy. There we are. And you can probably see that nebula in there. It is right here. Now I am going to mess with that a little bit. So we're keeping it at the 2:3 ratio. But making sure we get all the cool elements in there. And another one down. So we're going to go back. We're going to stop. And I want to see 140 Puppis. That is not a named star. And since we are currently through our list, with a little bit of time to kill, I'm going to go ahead and get my bingo card updated. That is Messier 46, Messier 47. Itchies. Messier 93. Messier 50. Messier 1. Messier 45. Messier 41. And Messier 78. All right. So we still have a smidge to go over on the Orion and the Marin's nebulas. But I am going to pull up the 10 a.m. to midnight stack, see if we can't start getting some of these guys knocked out. So, let's see if we can't get Messier 35. Which is another open cluster. We do like our open clusters. And you can see we did get another NGC object in there. And it mentions it on the data sheet. It's an open cluster in the constellation Gemini. It is located approximately 2,800 light years away and spans about 24 light years in diameter. It contains over 500 stars, many of which are hot, young, and blue. Sounds like a good reality TV show. The cluster is estimated to be about 100 million years old, and its stars shine with a range of magnitudes, creating a striking appearance in the night sky. Interestingly, it also lies close to the smaller, older open cluster, NGC 2158. Which you can see the NGC cluster down at the bottom. I think I'm going to leave this in the original ratio. Yeah, that'll be cool. Are we there yet? There we go. All right. And I'm going to keep these two together. Just for grins and giggles, what is the best time of year to get 42 and 43? Oh, that one's a November one. So we are going to up the brightness a smidge, up the contrast a smidge. And the saturation. Look at that. Original. Yeah, I'm going to keep the original. Five, 1, 5, 1, 5. Now I'm going to stop it. And I'm actually going to change this to a 30-second exposure. And do that, and then we'll come over here, we'll denoise this guy. Brighten that up a smidge. Contrast. Oop. Saturation. And I'm going to leave that. Three, 29, 25. Original ratio. That one's in the bucket. And while that one is going over there, let us move on to Messier 67. Which, surprise, surprise, is another cluster. This one is an open cluster located in the constellation Cancer, and it's one of the oldest open clusters known, making it a key target for studying stellar evolution. It is situated about 2,700 light years away and spans approximately 20 light years in diameter. It contains over 500 stars, including sun-like stars, red giants, and white dwarfs. With an estimated age of about 4 billion years, It's often referred to as a fossil cluster, as many open clusters disperse over time, but M67 has endured. So that's actually kind of cool. It's like seeing super far back into time. I know many of us think that only our parents are that old. I like poking fun at my mom sometimes. There we go, it's centered. Ooh, taking a while to recalibrate over there on the 30-second exposures. But it shall be interesting, to say the least. That will take a minute for that image to come up. But when it does, I bet it's going to be a wowie kazowie. We're almost ready to denoise M67. You can see we've got a red star right here. We've got I believe that was a white dwarf up there. A couple other really bright ones here. A little triangle there. Oh, man. I'm going to have to start that dude over. We got, see what I mean about the streaks? See what I mean about the streaks? Get a good recenter on that. And let's go ahead and denoise that. Let's brighten it up a smidge, up the contrast, up the saturation. And there we go. And save that. Download. And my notifications just went off. The Cubs beat the Diamondbacks tonight, 3-4, or 4-3. All right, 67 is in the bucket. Let's move on to Messier 38. Yeah, we've still got time before the Orion Nebula goes below the tree line, so I can just let that go for a little bit. So Messier 38 Also known as the Starfish Cluster, is a brilliant open cluster located in the constellation Auriga. It's approximately 4,200 light years away and spans about 25 light years in diameter. It contains around 100 stars with a characteristic X shape or starfish-like pattern when viewed through a telescope. The cluster has an estimated age of 220 million years and includes a mix of bright stars. So let's see how that looks. Come on. Give me what I want. That Orion Nebula is looking pretty nifty. Well, you can kind of see the X shape. Near, near. I think at 10 p.m. I'm going to take a small break so that I can go and move the power cable from the S30 to the S50. Since we've already started on the 10 to midnight group, it's okay if we take a small little slider out. All right, let's denoise that guy. All right, brighten that up a smidge. Turn up the contrast, turn up the saturation. Yeah, there we go. So we got a 2-3 ratio. 5, 15, 15. And download. I will most likely get these up to the Instagram page this week, as well as to my Blue Sky page. My Instagram is just for Texas Dark Skies, whereas my Blue Sky is my personal social media account. Honestly, I don't. I think my. I think I put TDS Deanna as my username on Blue Sky. I'll have to double check it. But Instagram is Texas Dark Skies. Let's hit Messier 36, which is another open cluster. Shocker. I'm almost starting to feel like NASCAR here. They're making another left turn. They're making another left turn. I wonder what's going to happen next. So Messier 16, also known as the Pinwheel Cluster, is a dazzling open cluster located in the constellation Auriga. It's approximately 4,100 light years away and spans about 14 light years in diameter. It contains around 60 stars, many of which are blue and white, with an estimated age of about 25 million years, making it one of the younger clusters in the Messier catalog. Its stars are relatively bright, making it a wonderful target for small telescopes and binoculars. And as you can see right there in the middle of the screen, we do have a cluster of really bright stars. Almost looks like someone going, touchdown. See, you got the arms and a shirt, and he's got his leg out, yay. And that image of the Orion Nebula is looking pretty snazzy. I'm surprised I haven't caught any satellites in the image yet. So what we'll do is we'll finish up with this guy, Messier 36, and then I will update my bingo card. I will stop the imaging on the Orion Nebula, and then I will go outside and I will swap the power cords. So we're going to tweak the brightness, tweak the saturation, or the contrast, and there we go. 329, 25, 2, 3, 5, 15, 15. I'm a little OCD about my record keeping. So we're going to stop that. And we're going to update the bingo card. So Messier 36. 38. 67. And 35. Man, I'm already starting to get tired. I can feel it in my eyes, and we've still got all night to go. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that. I did not mean to stop it yet. Dagnabbit. I didn't get a chance to denoise it. I feel like a little bit of an idiot. Object. Messier. 42. Yeah. We will let that go again. And I will go outside and I will switch that up. I will be back at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. See you in a moment. All right, friends, I am back. Everything's been squared away, got me a little munchy. Now we are going to denoise that guy, the Orion Nebula and Damaran's Nebula. And we'll see how that looks compared to the mosaic mode. All right, so give that a little bit of brightness. My cat is back visiting. Saturation and she is sitting on my papers. Normal mode, we did a 3:4 ratio, 5, 15, 15. Let's save that. And we're actually going to change this back to a 10-second exposure. Let's look at the album. And this was the image that we took in mosaic mode. Versus, yeah, see this line going through it right here? That's what I mean by capturing satellites. And that is with a 30-second exposure. So, yeah. So this is actually Damaran's Nebula, and this little guy up here is the Orion Nebula. So I really like how it came out with 30-second exposure. I'm actually going to export that to my photos. Upload. And I will get that to my blue sky here pretty quick and to my Instagram. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get back to our Messier Marathon. We're going to hit Messier 37 now. Messier 37. Which, surprise, surprise, is another open cluster. I'm actually going to go back and I'm going to power off for now. And I'll leave that dude up. Just because I can. Now, Messier 37, the richest and brightest of the 3 Auriga open clusters, is a stunning site in the constellation Auriga. It contains around 500 stars spanning 20 light years in diameter and is located about 4,500 light years away. With an estimated age of 500 million years, it features a mix of bright blue stars and several prominent red giants. So they're pretty densely packed there. Since we do have about 500 stars, we might not be able to pick out the individual ones. I can kind of see them on the iPad screen. right in here. But it's still pretty tightly packed. Like it says, about 500 stars. And we're going to denoise it. Gonna change the brightness, contrast, saturation. Actually, I'm gonna bump that up to 20 so that we get a little bit more detail in there. And I'm going to change that yeah, 2:3 ratio, 5:1:5, 20. Save it. And another one down. Gonna stop that. And our next target is going to be Messier 48. Which, surprise, another open cluster. Now, Messier 48 is an open cluster located in the constellation Hydra. It's approximately 1,500 light years away and spans about 23 light years in diameter. It contains over 80 stars, many of which are relatively young and bright. The cluster is estimated to be about 300 million years old, and it appears as a loose gathering of stars easily visible through binoculars or small telescopes. I am just extremely happy that the clouds are not causing too many problems. I'm still seeing, when I went out there to swap the power cord over, I was still seeing wisps of cloud throughout the sky, but no heavy cloud cover. Let me check to see what the overnight weather says about cloud cover. Ooh. It says we're supposed to be getting more cloud cover between 11 and midnight. Yeah. Between 11 and midnight. Ooh, that's ugly. That tends to happen sometimes when it doesn't catch the exposure on the first shot. So some cloud cover starting at about 10, going through midnight, and then midnight to 1, it's supposed to be supposed to clear up about midnight and then go to about 1:30, at which point it'll be partly cloudy, and then it goes to full cloudy about 2:30 throughout the rest of the morning. Hopefully it won't be too bad. I'm going to be super bummed if we get on a roll and then we got to stop. Denoise this guy. But I'm going to just keep on trying. If necessary, I'll step outside and check to see what the sky conditions are, and we'll work around it. I do have some videos queued up, both from the channel as well as NASA, that we can watch to pass the time. All right, that one's done. Excuse me. Now we are going to head over to Messier 95. Which is our first galaxy of the night. This is a barred spiral galaxy located in the constellation Leo. It is part of a group of galaxies known as the Leo 1 group, which also includes M96 and M105. M95 is situated about 33 million light years from Earth and spans approximately 55,000 light years in diameter. It features a striking central bar and a prominent ring of star formations surrounding its core, which is rich in young, hot stars. Again, reality TV. The outer spiral arms are more diffuse and composed of older stars, lending the galaxy a beautiful layered structure. So, yeah. There we go. And we're going to let this go for a few minutes. Try to get as much detail as possible. And then we'll just pop over to 96 afterwards. I'm going to grab me another snacky snack. One moment. I love lunch meat. Oh, sorry about that. Just making sure I have my stuff queued up. Now this will take probably about 5 minutes before we start seeing some real detail. You can already see the center of it. The more exposures we get, the more detail we'll get. And while that's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and update the bingo card again with 48. $37. And 42 and 43. I want to try to get up to 5 minutes of exposures on that. And let's see if I can go and grab that photo from photos. Excuse me. Sending that over to Blue Sky right now. All right. That's there. And Insta. I rarely get on Instagram anymore. Log in. Scan my fingerprint. All right, home, create, post. All right. And the first thing that pops up on my Instagram is my son Lou. Makes me happy. Lou has done the artwork for the series of videos on constellations on my channel. And those prints are also available in the store on TexasDarkSkies.com. Lou is an incredibly talented artist. You can also find his original art over on ClowntownCreations.com. He's got a thing for clowns. There are worse things to be into. So, let us see. He is currently drawing a little old man cat. He loves his critters. All right. That is posted, and we are up to 5 minutes. I'm going to denoise this guy. Oh, yeah, my Blue Sky is tds-deanna.bsky.social. That's my personal. You're going to get more than just astronomy there, such as updates on my garden, just regular old everyday stuff, really. All right, so I'm going to do that, but I'm also going to do that. Zoomed in, 51515. Check that action out. Download. Rightio. Let us move on to Messier 96, which, as you can see, is just right over here. And this is an intermediate spiral galaxy, also located in Leo and part of the Leo 1 group. It is approximately 31 million light years from Earth and spans around 100,000 light years in diameter. It has an asymmetric structure likely caused by gravitational interactions with its neighboring galaxies. Its spiral arms contain regions of active star formation, while its central bulge is more populated with older stars. This galaxy is notable for its beauty and its slightly off-center core, which adds to its intrigue. We'll see how that looks. We'll give that one 5 minutes. Wonder if we could get away with 3 minutes. We do have a lot of galaxies going on here. I might need to turn the S30 back on for star clusters. Wow, yeah, we are in the galaxy portion of the evening. Oof. We are most definitely in the galaxy portion of the evening. Yeah, we're going to have to limit these down to a few minutes just to get through everything, because this is a pretty big stack of galaxies. All right. 3, 29, 25. 1, zoom. 5, 5, 1, 5. Let's get going. And I can always go back and edit these later. Next is 105, which is right over here. And it's also next to NGC 3384. I want the labels to read 105. All right, go. These are more that I'm going to have to take time to capture more exposures. Yikes. One moment. I'm just a wee bit hungry right now, and I'm sure y'all don't want to see me eating. Although it looks like we might be getting into the cloudy portion of the evening. Check the weather again. It says it's mostly clear. As you can see, that NGC object is right next to M105. I'm going to step outside and I'm going to check the cloud cover real quick. I'll be right back. We are clear right now, so why it's not stacking, I'm not sure. But I am going to probably skip it for now. Nope. All right. I'm going to skip that one for now and move on to 104. And this one is the Sombrero Galaxy. And it's located near the constellation Virgo. It is renowned for its striking appearance, which resembles a wide-brimmed sombrero hat due to its bright core and prominent dust lane. M104 lies about 29 million light-years from Earth and spans approximately 50,000 light-years in diameter. Its bright nucleus is surrounded by a large halo of stars, and the dark, dust-filled ring adds to its dramatic appearance. M104 is home to a supermassive black hole at its core, and its structure bridges characteristics of both elliptical and spiral galaxies. So let's see if it will actually pick it up. I don't know why it wouldn't, because honestly, When I step out the front, it is clear to the south. Obviously, I can't see very well to the north because the house is there. I'd have to actually go out into the yard. Let's see. It's not picking it up. I'm probably going to have to go out into the middle of the yard and look past the house and see what's going on. I will be right back. Okay, so not only are there clouds to the north, but there is also lightning outside. So that is probably why. Yeah, to the northeast. Yep. That's probably why. So at this point, we're going to do one try and then move on. Let's see where Messier 61 is. Everyone gets one shot and then we move on. There we go. All right, so Messier 61 is a barred spiral galaxy located in the constellation Virgo. It is one of the largest spiral galaxies in the Virgo cluster, making it a fascinating object to study. M61 lies approximately 52 million light-years from Earth and spans an incredible 100,000 light-years in diameter, rivaling the size of our Milky Way. The galaxy boasts a bright central bar and prominent spiral arms, where active star formation is taking place. M61 is also classified as a starburst galaxy, meaning it has regions with an exceptionally high rate of star formation. I did move the S30 up to the porch for now in case it starts raining. Obviously, I don't want the S50 to get rained on, but it already did once, and it didn't get damaged too bad. So let's denoise this guy. We are not going to make good time at this rate. We've got all these galaxies going on. One zoom. 51515. All right. Now for these guys, they will actually be up for a while, so we can come back to those later. Next, let's try Messier 49. Which is it's also in Lyra. Oh, stop. Messier 49. Go. Identifying. All right. So, Messier 49 is an elliptical galaxy located in the constellation Virgo, and it is part of the Virgo cluster, a massive gathering of galaxies, and lies about 58 million light-years from Earth. The galaxy has a diameter of approximately 157,000 light-years and contains billions of stars. It also hosts a central supermassive black hole and numerous globular clusters, making it a rich field for scientific study. So, yeah, buddy. And we've already caught 20 seconds of it. 3, 29, 25. We're going to get as many of these as we possibly can tonight, regardless of the weather. One more, come on. You can do it. There we go. Let's denoise this guy. I will have to go back and redo some of these at some point. All right, let's do that. That. Download. And the next one is 98. Looks like it's right there over Markarian's chain. All right, is it going to get it? Is it going to... There we go. All right, so Messier 98 is a spiral galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It is part of the massive Virgo cluster and is notable for its high velocity relative to our galaxy. M98 is approximately 44 million light years away from Earth and spans about 140,000 light years in diameter. It features tightly wound spiral arms, rich in star-forming regions, but is relatively faint compared to other galaxies in the Messier catalog. Its peculiar velocity suggests that it might be moving towards the center of the Virgo cluster, adding to its intrigue. So, yep, as you can see, it's like a little streak. It is its own streak. Let's give it another minute. 20 seconds. We didn't have a whole stack of galaxies to get through. I'd let it go longer. Let's denoise it. Right. Download. Next. You know what? Let's wait till it picks up some more. There. We'll denoise it one more time, just to see if we get any extra detail. Not really. Moving on to Messier 99. All right. Go to. There we go. So, Messier 99 is a grand design spiral galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It is one of the most visually stunning galaxies in the Virgo cluster, known for its striking spiral structure. It's situated approximately 55 million light years from Earth and spans about 85,000 light years in diameter. Its well-defined spiral arms host regions of active star formation, shining with young, hot stars. Reality TV. M99 exhibits a slight asymmetry in its structure, which may be a result of gravitational interactions with other galaxies in the cluster. So, yoink. Come on. There we go. Load. And do it one more time. There's an arm. Yeah, we would definitely be getting more detail if we were able to sit there for a little bit longer. All right, so it looks like we're going to get 84 and 86 in the same shot. Twofer. 84. '86. So 84 is an elliptical or lenticular galaxy located in the constellation Virgo and is a prominent member of the Virgo cluster and lies in the heart of this densely packed galaxy group. It's situated approximately 60 million light years from Earth and spans about 120,000 light years in diameter. It's home to a central supermassive black hole with its mass estimated to be around 1.6 billion times that of the Sun. This galaxy is particularly notable for hosting a mix of older stars and a relatively low level of star formation, giving it a smooth, featureless appearance. Jets and radio emissions suggest active galactic nucleus activity. Then we also have Messier 86, which is an elliptical galaxy, and it's approximately 52 million light years away and spans about 120,000 light years in diameter. It's notable for its high velocity relative to the cluster's center, suggesting that it may be falling into the Virgo cluster from the outskirts. This galaxy has a smooth appearance, primarily composed of older stars, but also shows signs of interaction with other galaxies, including tidal features. So I'm going to clip these two together. One zoom, and 5. Got something under my fingernail. 1, 5, 1, 5. And you can see there's an NGC object there too. So we are going to adjust that. And download. Back out. We're going to stop and we're going to head to 87, which is actually right here. Now, M87, also known as Virgo A, is a spectacular elliptical galaxy located in the constellation Virgo. It is one of the largest galaxies in the Virgo cluster and is famous for its active supermassive black hole. M87 lies approximately 53 million light years away and spans a massive 120,000 light years in diameter. At its center, Messier 87 hosts a supermassive black hole estimated to be about 6.5 billion solar masses. This black hole is responsible for a prominent relativistic jet, which emits light and particles traveling at nearly the speed of light. In 2019, the Event Horizon Telescope captured the first ever image of a black hole's shadow in M87, marking a historic achievement in astronomy. That is wicked cool. I'm digging that. 329. 1 zoom. 515. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. All right, another one down. Next is Messier 100. There we go. Oh, just scooching on up. Is it gonna get it? All right, so Messier 100 is a grand design spiral galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It is one of the brightest, most beautiful galaxies in the Virgo cluster with an intricate and symmetrical spiral structure. M100 is situated approximately 55 million light years from Earth and spans around 107,000 light years in diameter. Its spiral arms host vibrant star-forming regions with clusters of young, hot stars and glowing nebulas scattered throughout. The galaxy is home to a central bar and has been the site of multiple supernovas, yeah, plural, adding to its scientific intrigue. And it's taken a while. Clouds may be coming in. Let's see how much we can get it. There's another one. I want to get it up to a minute exposure at very least. Right. One more. Come on. You can do it. There we go. It's denoise. We're not making too bad time. All right. Another one down. Next, we're heading to number 58. All right. So, Messier 58 is a barred spiral galaxy located in the constellation Virgo, and it's one of the brightest galaxies within the Virgo cluster. M58 is situated about 62 million light years from Earth and spans approximately 110,000 light years in diameter. Its structure includes a prominent bar and tightly wound spiral arms that host active regions of star formation. M58 is also classified as a linear galaxy, meaning it has low ionization nuclear emission lines, which are linked to its active galactic nucleus. So that's neat. Just adding my notes, date, and settings for the AID noise. Because documentation, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. It's the mantra of IT everywhere. All right, we're going to denoise. All right. There we go. Another one down. Next is Messier 89. I thought I saw it over here. There we go. We're just all up in the Virgo cluster right now. All right, so Messier 89 is an elliptical galaxy. It's another prominent member of the massive Virgo cluster and is notable for its nearly perfect spherical shape. M89 is approximately 50 million light years from Earth and spans about 100,000 light years in diameter. It's home to an older population of stars, and unlike spiral galaxies, M89 lacks prominent star-forming regions. Interestingly, Messier 89 has a faint outer halo, possibly consisting of material ejected by past galactic interactions or mergers, giving it an intriguing extended structure. So, that's interesting. It's kind of like the old folks' home of galaxies. 25, 1, 2, 5, 1, 5. Need another 2 exposures. One more. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Yeah, I definitely need to take some time to get these guys in some better detail. All right. M89 in the bucket. Now we go for M88. Is it around here somewhere? Well, it's still in, it's Coma Berenices. Messier 88. There it is. Ha! It's tiny. So tiny it doesn't even have a label. So, Messier 88 is a spiral galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It is one of the brightest galaxies and exhibits a stunning, well-defined structure. It's so stunning and well-defined and one of the brightest. Why didn't it have a label? M88 is situated about 50 million light years from Earth and spans roughly 130,000 light years in diameter. Its spiral arms are tightly wound with regions of active star formation, making them rich with young, bright stars. M88's rotation and structure suggests that it has experienced minimal disruption, unlike some other galaxies in the Virgo cluster. Oh, hello. Are you not going to give me anything? Give me something to work with. It's mocking me. I already wrote the date captured on the sheet, so now it's saying, nah, I'm not going to give it to you. We're going to skip it and move on. It will be in the sky until 6 o'clock this morning. So we're going to try M90. Not writing the date down yet. Not going to jinx it. There we go. There we go. Well, that's going. I will be back in one moment. I'm sure y'all didn't want to see me blowing my nose. So, quick blurb on M90. It's a spiral galaxy located in the constellation Virgo. It's one of the largest and brightest spiral galaxies in the Virgo cluster, and it's particularly interesting because it shows signs of losing its gas due to interaction within the cluster. It's situated about 60 million light years from Earth and spans an impressive 120,000 light years in diameter. Its spiral arms host an older population of stars, and its star-forming activity has been greatly reduced compared to other spiral galaxies. This is likely due to a phenomenon known as ram pressure stripping, where the galaxy's gas is being stripped away by the dense environment of the Virgo cluster. That is fascinating. So let's denoise. Let's see what kind of detail we can get. It's kind of neat. Now we've got another double here. We're going to hit 59 and 60 in the same frame. So if that's 60, there's 59. So 59. Wait, where did I put my... I know I had a box. Oh, paper clips. There it is. All right. 59 is an elliptical galaxy in the constellation Virgo. It's approximately 60 million light years from Earth and spans about 90,000 light years in diameter. It has a compact and elongated shape, typical of elliptical galaxies, and is known for its densely packed population of older stars. M59 also hosts a supermassive black hole at its core, with a mass of about 270 million suns. Messier 60 is an elliptical galaxy and one of the larger members of the Virgo cluster. It's approximately 55 million light years away from Earth and spans about 120,000 light years in diameter. The galaxy hosts an incredibly massive central black hole with an estimated mass of 4.5 billion suns. M60 also has a smaller companion galaxy, NGC 4647, that appears nearby in the sky, though they are not interacting gravitationally. Whew. Yeah, I'm getting tired, folks, but we've got all night to go. 29, 25, 1 zoom, 5, 1, 5, and let's hit it. I get runny when I look down for too long. Brightness. All right. There we go. Another one in the bucket. We're actually getting through this kind of nicely. Messier 91. Oh, we're going to have to do that. We have another galaxy. Oh, it didn't have a label. That's why. All right, so Messier 91. It's a barred spiral galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It holds the distinction of being the faintest galaxy in the Messier catalog. Here's the detailed information for your data sheet. M91 is located approximately 63 million light years away and spans around 100,000 light years in diameter. Its stunning barred structure is accompanied by tightly wound spiral arms that host regions of active star formation. Messier 91 is a Seyfert galaxy, Seyfert, meaning it has an active nucleus powered by a supermassive black hole. This active core produces strong emissions across various wavelengths. And of course, it has not captured any frames yet, any exposures. Now I got one. And since it's the faintest, I'm going to let it go for a while. I'm going to run outside and check the cloud cover real quick. So I will return momentarily. Okay, so it looks like the cloud cover that was to the northeast of us that prevented us from getting those earlier objects is gone. So I should be able to get those once we make it through our list. 29, 25. And I'm going to wait till it gets to 2 minutes before I denoise. Of course, as soon as I say that, it says stacking failed. Come on. Just 2 more exposures, please. There we go. 1 more. Come on. You can do it. It's very much like rebooting a computer. Hurry up and wait. All right, let's denoise. Come on. My fingers are not wanting to work. All right. Another one down. Next is 85. Woohoo! You gonna give it to me? All right, so M85 is a fascinating lenticular galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It's a member of the Virgo cluster, though it is situated near its outskirts. M85 lies approximately 60 million light years from Earth and spans about 125,000 light years in diameter. The galaxy exhibits characteristics of both elliptical and spiral galaxies with a smooth appearance and faint outer structures. It's home to older, metal-rich stars and hosts a supermassive black hole at its core. Interestingly, M85 also shows evidence of a past galactic merger, contributing to its complex structure. So it merged with another galaxy at one point. I wonder which one. 29, 25. All right. Ooh, it's pretty bright. And there we go. Another one down. We've got 2 more and then we'll backtrack. Next is 64. 64. Oh, that's a pretty decent size. See, if I remember my high school astronomy at all, coma is actually like a tail. So, Berenice's tail. I will have to look that up. Give me an exposure, please. Please. I'm either boring or tired or both, and I apologize. I need to stop doing that. Because we still have another 8 hours to go. But we're making headway. I'm just not used to sitting still for so long. I'm used to getting up and moving around quite a bit. I'm the same way at work, too. That's why I have a Bluetooth headset so I can walk around while I'm working. Oh, stop that. I did attempt to take a nap this afternoon to prepare for tonight, but my body just was not having it. Look at that. That's cool looking. All right. Next up is 53. Hey, we've got a globular cluster. Nice. Is it gonna pick it up? All right, so Messier 53 is a compact globular cluster located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It lies approximately 58,000 light years from Earth and spans about 220 light years in diameter. It contains hundreds of thousands of stars, including many older metal-poor stars, which make it an excellent object for studying the early stages of the universe. It is also one of the farthest globular clusters in the Messier catalog. The cluster is notable for its densely packed core and a sprinkling of outlying stars. So yeah, that is most definitely a glob there in the middle. I like the globular clusters. They look very twinkly to me. All right. One more. There we go. Let's denoise. See how sparkly that looks? Oh, that is gorgeous. Yeah, buddy. Oh, wow. That is so pretty. All right, let us work our way backwards to the ones that we missed earlier when the clouds were out. Let's retry 105. There we go. Where's it going? Is it going to go all the way around? Oh, that's adorable. It's taken the long way around, which means at some point, probably our next break, I am going to have to go out there and unwind the power cord from around the tripod. Are you going to give it to me? Yeah. All right. So, Messier 105 is an elliptical galaxy located in the constellation Leo. It's part of the Leo 1 group of galaxies and is notable for its smooth, featureless appearance. M105 lies approximately 36 million light years from Earth and spans about 55,000 light years in diameter. Its bright central region is home to a supermassive black hole, and its older population of stars gives it a smooth, diffuse structure. This galaxy exhibits very little star-forming activity, making it a tranquil celestial object. Just out of curiosity, what's that other object? That is NGC 3384 and NGC 3389. We also have an IC 643 down in the bottom left corner. And it is taking its sweet little old time. All right, let's denoise. All right. It kind of looks like a face going, All All right. Now, next is 104. We're back to the Sombrero Galaxy. It's probably taking the long way around again. Doing the whole rotate. There we are. All right. Are we going to lock on to it this time? Maybe. There we go. There we go. Give me some exposure. There we are. Yeah. I might want to keep this at a different ratio so I can get all those pretty stars in there too. Oh, hello. We already read the description of the Sombrero Galaxy earlier, but it's a bright nucleus surrounded by a large halo of stars, and the dark, dust-filled ring adds to its dramatic appearance. It does look really freaking cool. All right, let's denoise that. All right. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, look at that. I'm also going to do a zoomy on it. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. All right. And then our last one is 88, which, if I recall, was over this a ways. Oh, I wouldn't have found it anyways. All right. All right, now I don't think I got this one earlier. M88 is a spiral galaxy located in the constellation Coma Berenices. It's one of the brightest galaxies in the Virgo cluster and exhibits a stunning, well-defined structure. M88 is situated about 50 million light-years from Earth and spans roughly 130,000 light-years in diameter. Its spiral arms are tightly wound with regions of active star formations, making them rich with young, bright stars. M88's rotation and structure suggest that it has experienced minimal disruption, unlike some other galaxies in the Virgo cluster. Tell me it's not going to give me any exposures. Ugh. You know what? I'm going to just let that sit for a minute and try to do its thing. And I'm going to update the bingo card. Because, yeah, we got through quite a bit in the past hour and a half. So, 104. $105, 53, 64, 85, 91, 59 and 60, 90, 89, 58, 100, 87, 84 and 86, 99, 98, 49, 61, 96, 95. We are seriously filling up the back half of the card, and we've already gotten through quite a bit tonight, and it's only been about 3.5 hours. So we are still stuck at 1 exposure. On Messier 88. Let's see if we get anything from denoising it at this stage of the game. I am actually going to leave this over here. It will be above the tree line until just after 6 o'clock this morning. So we can always try again a little bit later in the evening. And now is a good time to take another break. What I'm going to do is I am going to see what we have in the way of nebulas. All the nebulas are setting. So we are going to take another brief break so I can get up, move around, take care of my sodas, etc., etc. And I will be back with you at midnight, and we will head into the 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. segment. So I will see you back here then. Hey y'all, back a couple minutes early. As you can see on the screen, before I went to break, I went ahead and started up Messier 81 and Messier 82. Um, they're both circumpolar, and this is their peak time. So I thought it'd be best to just get it going and let it run for a few minutes so that we can get some more detail. M81 is also known as Bode's Galaxy, and it's a stunning spiral galaxy located in the constellation Ursa Major. Now, Bode's Galaxy is this big guy right here. It's one of the brightest galaxies in the night sky and a popular target for both amateur and professional astronomers. M81 lies about 12 million light years away and spans an impressive 90,000 light years in diameter. Its bright nucleus, sweeping spiral arms, and well-defined structure make it one of the most photogenic galaxies. M81 has a supermassive black hole at its core, and its spiral arms are rich with young hot stars and star-forming regions. It also has a close gravitational relationship with its neighbor, M82, influencing each other's structures. And M82, which is famously known as the Cigar Galaxy, right here, is also located in the constellation Ursa Major. Its dramatic appearance and intense star-forming activity make it one of the most fascinating galaxies in the Messier catalog. It's approximately 12 million light-years from Earth and spans about 37,000 light-years in diameter. It's undergoing a period of intense star formation triggered by gravitational interactions with M81. And it features powerful galactic winds fueled by supernova explosions which eject gas and dust out of the galaxy's plane. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to tweak this little guy up. And it will be our last object for March 29th. There we go. And that one is in the bucket. Actually, just for grins and giggles, let's just get M81 by itself. And then we will move on to M68. Righty-o, moving on. Going back to clusters. Messier 68. All right. I meant to go and untangle the power cord during the break, but instead I went and got some cookies. I still have some of my Girl Scout cookies left, and I'm munching Thin Mints. All right, we are at the tail of Hydra. It's taking entirely too long, for my liking anyways. Have a feeling it's going to spaz on me. I have a feeling that one is going into the try again later pile. Yep. We will try it again later. Next, we are going to 65 and 66. Which are both galaxies. All right. And we're taking the big circular route again. Other iPad. I have entirely too many devices. Set that down there. We're going to get 65 and 66 in one shot here, if it picks it up. Yeah, we've got quite a few galaxies to get through. Oh, some more clusters. So, M65 is a spiral galaxy located in the constellation Leo. It's a member of the famous Leo triplet, a group of 3 interacting galaxies that also includes M66 and NGC 3628. So you know what? I'm actually going to stop this, and I'm going to kind of recenter it a little bit. Ooh. There. Recentering it so I get all 3 of them in one shot. M65 is approximately 35 million light years away and spans about 90,000 light years in diameter. It has a relatively smooth and symmetrical spiral structure with tightly wound arms and a large, bright nucleus. Unlike its neighboring galaxies in the Leo triplet, M65 shows fewer signs of recent interaction, making it an intriguing subject for study. Its stars are mostly older, with little active star formation compared to the other spirals. And M66 is a spectacular spiral galaxy located in the constellation Leo, and is a member of the famous Leo triplet. M66 is situated about 36 million light years from Earth and spans roughly 95,000 light years in diameter. Unlike M65, M66 shows signs of tidal distortion, likely due to gravitational interactions with its neighboring galaxies in the Leo triplet. This interaction has enhanced its spiral arms, giving them a rich, asymmetric structure, with bright regions of active star formations. So just so that you can see where everything is at, hold on, let me clip these together. And you can see where NGC 3628 is, M65 and M66. They both also have NGC catalog numbers as well. And hopefully we can get a few more frames because it appears that it's going a little wonky. So it is now officially March 30th where I am at. Get a few more exposures. And denoise. Brighten those up. Throw on some contrast. Throw on some saturation. And give it a 2:3 ratio. Save the whole triplet. Then I'm also going to take a shot of just these guys. And another one down. All right, next we are heading for M83. Actually, no, we are not because it says it's sitting at 16 degrees. Oof, when's the best time to get this dude? Maybe at 3 a.m.? So I'm going to set this dude right there. All right, what about 94? There we are. All right. Got another galaxy. Wow, I am no good with pronouncing Latin names. So I guess the constellation is pronounced Canis Venatici. Maybe? Canes. Pronounce it like a Texan. Canes. I'm guessing, since they look like dogs. Wow. I'll call just about anything a constellation, won't they? Rightio. So, Messier 94. also known as the Cat's Eye Galaxy or Croc's Eye Galaxy, is a stunning spiral galaxy located in the constellation Canis Venatici. It is famous for its bright, compact nucleus and its unique ring-like structure. M94 is located about 16 million light years from Earth and spans about 46,000 light years in diameter. Its inner regions are characterized by an intense ring of star formation, which is surrounded by a more diffuse outer ring. This structure has led astronomers to classify it as a starburst ring galaxy. M94 is also known for its relatively high surface brightness, making it an excellent target for amateur astronomers. And that does look kind of bright, doesn't it? And it does kind of look like a cat's eye. There we go. Can't necessarily call it a dog's eye because dog's eyes and cat's eyes look very different. Never really thought about it before. All right. There it is. There's the cat's eye. I'm going to zoom in on it a bit. And another one down. Next, we get to move on to a globular cluster. A big one, too. Itchy back. All right. Tell me you're going to get it. Tell me you're going to get it. There we are. All right, so Messier 3 is a globular cluster situated in the constellation Canis Venatici. M3 is notable for containing over 500,000 stars and is particularly rich in variable stars, making it an exciting object to observe during the Messier Marathon. Get it up to a full minute of exposures. Come on. There we go. Check that out. Sparkly. actually, let's go to original, go back to 1.1. Take the zoom off. Save. Download. Stop. And another one down, and another one down. Going to the other end of the Messier list, down to 106. That kind of reminds me I need to capture more named stars for my Stars of Our Universe series. If y'all haven't checked it out yet, it's a series of shorts that I'm doing where I am providing star facts for the various named stars every day this year. And we are at Messier 106, also known as NGC 4258, which is a spiral galaxy located in the constellation Canis Venatici. It is one of the largest and brightest galaxies in the Messier catalog and is famous for its active galactic nucleus. M106 lies approximately 22 million light-years from Earth and spans around 135,000 light-years in diameter. Its spiral arms contain regions of intense star formation, while its nucleus features a supermassive black hole that emits jets of high-energy radiation. These jets have created anomalous arms of X-ray and radio emissions, adding a unique feature to this galaxy's structure. Which I bet if I had a radio telescope, it would look really freaking cool. I actually got to talk to a radio astronomer earlier this year, and that's in my series this year, Beyond Astronomy, where I talk about the different subspecialties of astronomy. And the first one that I did back in January was on radio astronomy. So check that out when you get the chance. And there we are at a little over a minute of exposures. I'm going to actually let that run for another few exposures and see if I can't get the arms. Stick that in the Dunzo pile. We're actually making some pretty decent headway on this. There we go. We got a little more detail on the arms. All right, and next up is 97, which is a nebula. A small one, but a good one. And yes, as you can see, it is called the Owl Nebula. Why? I don't know, but it's cute. Here we go. So, M97, famously known as the Owl Nebula, is a planetary nebula located in the constellation Ursa Major. It is one of the largest and brightest planetary nebula in the night sky. M97 lies roughly 2,000 light years from Earth and spans about 2.4 light years in diameter. It is the glowing remnant of a dying star, whose expelled outer layers are illuminated by the hot core left behind, a white dwarf. The nebula's distinctive owl-like appearance comes from darker regions in its spherical structure, resembling the eyes of an owl when viewed through a telescope. We shall see. Now, this is one we are going to give, we're going to try to give it about 5 minutes of exposures. And while that's going, I'm just going to kind of skippity-doo-dah through here and see what else we got going on. Lots and lots and lots of galaxies. Some of my favorites. And some I have no freaking clue about. If we can get through this before the skies get all cloudy like it's supposed to, let's check the weather report. We are currently partly cloudy. It's supposed to go full cloudy by 2:30. And then last all through the morning. So we shall see. Sure as heck gonna try. We're gonna see if this little guy actually does look like an owl. Right now it's just a little green ball. Maybe it'll turn more owl-like once we apply the filters. All right, I'm going to do one at 2. Brighten it up a smidge. Contrast. I wonder. No, too much saturation. Uh-oh. I am going to bump it up to 15. Or bump it up to 30. We're going to pop over to 5, which is another globular cluster. Mountains. Well, at least it's rising. If we can't get it now, we'll definitely be able to get it later. It won't be dipping below the tree line until about 8:30 in the morning, so yeah, I can stick that one in the shoot later column. All right. Let's pop over to Messier 63. Oh yeah, it's a little bit higher up. And my laptop actually just restarted on its own. I've got to re-enter all of my data. You know what? Since this is kind of sticking, even though it's high in the sky, might be cloudy. I'm going to go outside and check it real quick. I will be right back. Okay, so we now have full cloud cover over the entire sky. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pull up a playlist. In January and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Orion. Orion is super easy to spot, and its shape really stands out. Those 3 stars in a row, that's Orion's belt. But it's not just about its looks. Orion is packed with some of the brightest stars up there, and it's home to some pretty incredible stuff, like the famous Orion Nebula. Stick around and let me tell you all about this constellation. The constellation Orion was named after the legendary hunter from Greek mythology, Orion. According to the Greek myth, Orion was a giant and a skilled hunter known for his exceptional prowess with a bow and arrow. The story of the constellation's name is closely tied to the hunter's mythological adventures. In some versions of the myth, it was Zeus, the king of the gods, who placed Orion among the stars after his death to honor his great skills as a hunter. What makes Orion special is that it's like a beacon. It's easy to spot, even if you're not a hardcore astronomer. Just look for those 3 stars in a row. That's Orion's belt. Orion's got this distinct shape that kind of looks like a person, and that makes it stand out even more. So if you're in the northern hemisphere and you're bundled up against the cold, all you have to do is look up, and there's Orion right there, dominating the winter night. Orion has a lot of stars, over 20 of them in fact, but I'm only going to go into detail about a few of them. Betelgeuse, which has a magnitude of about 0.5 and is about 643 light years from Earth. Rigel, which has a magnitude of about 0.1 and is about 860 light years from Earth. Bellatrix, which has a magnitude of about 1.6 and is about 250 light years from Earth. And Safe, which has a magnitude of about 2.2 and is about 720 light years from Earth. Betelgeuse is Orion's left shoulder and isn't your run-of-the-mill star. It's a red giant, and it has a captivating characteristic: variability. This means it's not always the same brightness. It likes to keep us guessing. This variability has piqued the interest of astronomers. Betelgeuse's fluctuations make it a bit of a cosmic enigma, and scientists are still unraveling the reason behind its light show. Betelgeuse's warm, reddish glow isn't just for aesthetics. It's a sign that this star is in its twilight years. It's a colossal red giant, far larger than our sun. In fact, if you swapped Betelgeuse with the sun, it would engulf our inner planets. But here's the exciting part. Betelgeuse is on the short list of stars that might go out with a bang in a supernova explosion. It's a cosmic spectacle waiting to happen, although we can't predict when. It could be a tomorrow event or millions of years from now event. Astronomers are keeping their eyes on it. Rigel is no ordinary star either. It's a superstar and makes up Orion's right knee. When you gaze upon it, you're looking at a celestial giant, both in terms of size and temperature. Rigel is massive, way more massive than our sun, and that's not all. It's incredibly hot, burning at temperatures that would make your kitchen oven look like a freezer. All this heat and energy make it shine brilliantly. Rigel, which marks Orion's right knee, is one of the brightest stars in the night sky, and it's so dazzling that it's often mistaken for a planet. With a magnitude of around 0.1, it's second only to Sirius in brightness. But here's the cool part. Rigel has a history of helping travelers find their way. Sailors especially used Rigel to navigate the seas. It's like a cosmic GPS. Imagine you're on a ship in the middle of the ocean, and all you have to do is look up and spot Rigel in Orion's constellation. It would guide you safely home. Bellatrix marks Orion's right shoulder. It has a magnitude of approximately 1.6, making it one of the brightest stars in the constellation. It's like the celestial adornment on Orion's shoulder pad. Bellatrix may not be as famous as some of its neighboring stars, but it plays a crucial role in Orion's overall appearance. Its light adds depth and character to the constellation, turning Orion from a stick figure into a cosmic masterpiece. Lower, we have Safe, the star at Orion's left knee. Safe is slightly dimmer than Bellatrix, but still a notable member of Orion's cast. Right at the heart of Orion, you can't miss it, the distinctive belt composed of 3 dazzling stars: Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. These stars are like Orion's cosmic bling. Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka aren't just pretty. They're some of the brightest stars in the night sky. Together, they create a celestial masterpiece, making Orion instantly recognizable to skywatchers around the world. But there's more to Orion than just the belt. Just below it, you'll find a sword, and it's not filled with steel, but with celestial wonders. One of the gems in Orion's sword is the Orion Nebula, also known as Messier 42, or M42. This stunning cloud of gas and dust is like a cosmic nursery, giving birth to new stars. It's a place of stellar creation, and it's right there, hanging from Orion's belt. The beauty and significance of these features can't be overstated. Orion's belt is like a celestial signpost, helping us find our way among the stars. Its prominence in the night sky has made it a symbol of the cosmos itself. As for the Orion Nebula, it's a reminder of the dynamic and ever-changing nature of the universe. It's a place where stars are born, and its beauty captivates astronomers and skywatchers alike. And there you have it, the magnificent Orion constellation. It's more than just a collection of stars in the night sky. It's a celestial masterpiece that's been captivating humanity for centuries. The beauty and significance of Orion go beyond its appearance. It's a symbol of wonder and curiosity, a reminder that there's a universe waiting to be explored beyond our own planet. It's a reminder that the universe is vast, and our journey of exploration has just begun. So each January, and in the winter months in the Northern Hemisphere, step outside, look up, and say hi to Orion. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up. Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in February and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Taurus. In the Northern Hemisphere, Taurus is one of the most iconic constellations and takes a prominent spot in our winter sky. Stick around and let me tell you all about this constellation. You'll find Taurus by looking northeast of Orion. Its V-shaped cluster of stars, known as the Hyades, forms the bull's head, with the bright Aldebaran marking its glaring eye. Taurus is often represented as a powerful bull across various cultures. In Greek mythology, it's associated with Zeus and his transformation into a bull. But the bull's presence isn't just limited to Greek tales. From ancient Babylon to the far reaches of Egypt and India, Taurus has been a symbol of strength and fertility, a testament to its universal appeal. The constellation Taurus, as with other constellations, is an area of the sky with defined boundaries set by the International Astronomical Union. Within these boundaries, there are countless stars, many of which are too faint to be seen with the naked eye. Aldebaran, which has an apparent magnitude of about 0.85 and is about 65 light-years from Earth, and Elnath, which has an apparent magnitude of about 1.65 and is about 134 light-years from Earth, are two of the major stars. But Taurus also includes the Pleiades, also known as Messier 45 or the Seven Sisters, and the Hyades star cluster. Aldebaran, with its distinct reddish hue, is not only Taurus's brightest star, but also one of the brightest stars in our night sky. This red giant has been a beacon for stargazers for centuries. What makes it so special? Well, it's a red giant star, which means it's in a later stage of its life. It has expanded to many times the size of our sun. This expansion is part of the star's natural life cycle, and it gives Aldebaran its signature reddish color. Aldebaran appears to be part of the Hyades star cluster, the V-shaped group that forms the bull's head, but this is an optical illusion. Aldebaran is actually much closer to us than the Hyades. Its position just happens to line up with the cluster from our viewpoint. Elnath, also known as Beta Tauri, is the second brightest star in Taurus. Elnath is an intriguing star primarily because of its dual membership. It's part of both Taurus and Auriga constellations, a rarity in celestial mapping. This blue-white giant star has some unique characteristics. It's much hotter and more massive than our Sun, and its luminosity is a testament to its size and temperature. What's more, Elnath isn't alone. It's part of a binary star system, although its companion star is challenging to observe. Historically, Elnath has played a significant role in navigation, serving as a reliable point of reference for travelers of the past. Elnath may not be as widely recognized as Aldebaran or the Pleiades, but it is a stellar powerhouse in its own right, with a story that adds depth to the rich tapestry of Taurus. Nestled within the constellation of Taurus, the Pleiades is a cluster of stars that has captured the imagination for millennia. Even though it's commonly known as the Seven Sisters, the cluster actually contains thousands of stars, but its 7 brightest stars are what have made it famous. The Pleiades is relatively close to us, at a distance of about 444 light-years, making it one of the nearest star clusters to Earth. Through binoculars or a small telescope, you can observe the cluster in all its glory, revealing more stars and the subtle blue nebulosity that envelops them. The Hyades forms the V-shaped head of the celestial bull. Though often overshadowed by the more famous Pleiades, the Hyades holds its own as an astronomical wonder. It's a sprawling cluster of hundreds of stars bound together by gravity. The Hyades is relatively close to us, lying at a distance of about 153 light-years. This proximity makes it an excellent object for study and observation. Through binoculars or a telescope, the cluster reveals a richer field of stars, offering a glimpse into a diverse stellar community. Astronomically, the Hyades plays a pivotal role in our understanding of star cluster dynamics and evolution. It's also been a critical stepping stone in calibrating the cosmic distance scale. Culturally, the Hyades has been recognized since antiquity, featuring in various myths and stories across civilizations. It represents not just a group of stars, but a bridge across human cultures and history. Remember that Taurus isn't just a cluster of stars, but a celestial guide through history and a beacon for future astronomical discoveries. Visible predominantly in the winter night sky of the northern hemisphere, Taurus has been a vital tool for navigation and understanding the cosmos. From the red giant Aldebaran to the youthful Pleiades, it offers a rich field for studying stellar evolution. As we continue to gaze upon Taurus each February, remember it connects us to the past and inspires future exploration of the universe. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care. Okay. So, we broke through the clouds, and we are currently looking at Messier 63. M63, famously known as the Sunflower Galaxy, is a magnificent spiral galaxy located in the constellation Canis Venatici. M63 is located approximately 29 million light-years from Earth and spans about 98,000 light-years in diameter. Its bright nucleus and sprawling spiral arms are densely packed with stars, gas, and dust, and they include regions of active star formation which give the galaxy a mottled, sunflower-like appearance. M63 is also classified as a liner galaxy due to its active nucleus. So, as you can see, we are already up past a minute, even though it's been sitting here for quite a while. We're going to go ahead and denoise. Going to brighten it up a little bit. Add the contrast, add the saturation, snip it down, and download. All right. Let's see if we can get anything else. Man, it was weird watching my older videos. Can't believe how far I have come since those days. 109. Let's see if we can snag it. Looks like we're back in Ursa Major. Hopefully the cloud cover is not going to stop it, but I have a feeling it will. Oh, there we go. So, M109 is a barred spiral galaxy located in the constellation Ursa Major. It is one of the most prominent barred spirals in the Messier catalog and is notable for its intricate structure. M109 lies approximately 83.5 million light-years from Earth and spans around 120,000 light-years in diameter. Its bar structure, composed of older stars, dominates the galaxy's center, while its spiral arms are filled with younger stars and regions of active star formation. M109 also has several smaller satellite galaxies in its vicinity, suggesting ongoing gravitational interactions. Yay! Maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to get through this. There we go. All right. Brighten that up. I really got to spend more time just overnighting these guys so I can get some really good detail. All right, stop that, and we are moving on to 51. Yes, it seems like I'm bouncing all over the place, but I did a whole lot of research. Get these in an order where I could actually try to hit as many as possible. This one's a fun one. Oh, come on. All right. So, Messier 51, also known as the Whirlpool Galaxy, is one of the most iconic spiral galaxies in the night sky. M51 is located approximately 31 million light-years away and spans about 76,000 light-years in diameter. It's renowned for its classic spiral structure, which is made even more spectacular by its interaction with the smaller companion galaxy NGC 5195. This gravitational interaction has triggered bursts of star formation, resulting in the bright and well-defined spiral arms. M51 is also notable for being the first galaxy where spiral structure was identified. So, a little history lesson there, and you can already see half a minute in that defined spiral structure. And you can see which one is the actual M51 and which one is the companion galaxy. Just don't conk out on me. This is going to drive me bonkers if we have to go through this all night. I am already behind schedule and we got a small stack to get through here. Yes, I have a sheet printed out for each of the 110 objects. Getting closer. Yeah. We're going to get some good detail on this one. Well, for a minute's worth of exposures anyways. There we are. Hey, we may just get through this without having to go back to my old videos. Right, brighten that up a bit. Look at that. I am not, well, could I? Yeah. One zoom. 51515. There we go. Next. Just to be on the safe side. It's late. My memory is not wanting to cooperate. All right. Next is next is 40. Now this one, in my opinion, is a little stupid. Messier 40 is just a couple of stars. Messier 40, also known as Winnecke 4, is an unusual entry in the Messier catalog. It's a double star system located in the constellation Ursa Major. It's approximately 300 light years away and consists of two stars separated by about 52 arc seconds. These stars are visually paired but are not physically connected, as they are at different distances from Earth. M40 is a unique inclusion in the Messier catalog, as it was originally added when Charles Messier searched for a nebula reported by another astronomer, but found this pair of stars instead. So, yeah, we've got, that's Messier 40, I'm guessing. No. Unless it is, and it's just not coming up on the mark. But yeah, we've got a bunch of little itty-bitty things floating around. But I'm guessing it's that double star right there in the middle. Come on. we go. Let's denoise it. All right, another one down. Let's go find 101. Oh yeah. Another fun one. Come on. Catch it. All right. So, Messier 101, also known as the Pinwheel Galaxy, is a grand design spiral galaxy located in the constellation Ursa Major. It's one of the finest examples of a spiral galaxy with its intricate and perfectly symmetrical arms. Messier 101 is situated approximately 21 million light years from Earth and spans an impressive 170,000 light years in diameter, making it nearly twice the size of the Milky Way. Its spiral arms are teeming with star-forming regions, glowing nebula, and young star clusters, which give the galaxy its vibrant and dynamic appearance. M101 also exhibits asymmetry, likely caused by gravitational interactions with nearby companion galaxies. So I'm going to actually let this one go. I'm going to step outside real quick, and I'm going to see what's going on with the clouds. That should give us a little bit more exposure time on this so that we can get as much as possible. So I will be right back. Okay, we are hazy, but the stars are still shining through. We might be able to get a decent showing here for the time being. I want to let this go as long as I possibly can. even though it's already 1 o'clock in the morning and we've still got a ways to go. I'm going to wait till it hits 2 and then I'm going to do a denoise on it. All right, let's see where we're at. Do one more denoise. Do a standard 5, 15, 15. All right. And the next one is another famous one, Messier 13. Big old globular cluster. This is actually the Hercules globular cluster, which is, as you can see, it's in the constellation Hercules. It's really, really big. It's one of the most iconic globular clusters and is often considered among the best to observe in the northern hemisphere, with over 300,000 stars tightly packed together. I think actually we might be on track to keep up. Nice. My glasses keep slipping down my face. And we could probably even let it stash there. All right. The one bad thing about the haze So I live in a Bortle 4.5 area. Probably leaning closer to 5 now. It used to be much darker, but Austin is expanding horribly, and the city glow is bouncing and reflecting off of the haze. So 3:30, 25, 1, 5, 1, 5, 1, 5. All right. Stop. Another one bites the dust. And heading over to 102. More galaxies. Yay. Like my shirt? It says, ask me about my telescope. Yeah, that kind of wasn't fun. But, yeah, ask me about my telescope. These shirts are actually available on the store at Texas Dark Skies as well. Now, Messier 102 is a lenticular galaxy located in the constellation Draco, although its identity has sparked some historical debate. Some astronomers believe that M102 is actually NGC 5866, also known as the Spindle Galaxy, while others suggest it might have been a duplication of M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. Huh. No, we already did the Pinwheel Galaxy and it looked different. M102 lies about 44 million light years away and spans approximately 62,000 light years in diameter. Its lenticular shape bridges the gap between elliptical and spiral galaxies, featuring a bright central core surrounded by a thin disk of stars. M102 is particularly notable for its striking dust lane visible edge-on, which adds to its unique appearance. Yeah, that is not the Pinwheel Galaxy. Uh-oh. And because I can't remember if I just downloaded it or not, my other tablet has decided to crap out on me because it is a cheap Android tablet. Fortunately, we will not need it until after 4 o'clock this morning, so I can let it charge. $92. Another globular cluster. Don't you love that view? All right, so Messier 92 is a globular cluster located in the constellation Hercules. It's one of the most luminous globular clusters in the Milky Way and is often overshadowed by its famous neighbor, M13, or the Hercules cluster. Though it is equally remarkable, M92 lies about 26,700 light years from Earth and spans approximately 109 light years in diameter. It contains hundreds of thousands of older, metal-poor stars and is estimated to be around 13 billion years old, making it one of the oldest known globular clusters. Its dense core and bright structure make it an excellent target for observation. And it is sparkly. I like my sparkles. All right. One more frame, or one more exposure. All right. Clean it up. All right. Now we do have the ones we skipped earlier. So let's skip on over to Messier 97. I'm actually pretty stoked. So far we've gotten pretty much everything except for our list. No, we got Messier 97. Hold on, did I screw up? 13. Oh, galaxy. I'm going to have to go back on the next break and go back through the stream and see what we actually did. Because we got the Owl Nebula. I'm going to have to check that out. M68. It's another globular cluster. All right. I will just have to go back and look at that here in a moment. All right, so Messier 68 is a globular cluster located in the constellation Hydra. It's situated approximately 33,000 light years from Earth and spans about 106 light years in diameter. It contains hundreds of thousands of older, metal-poor stars, many of which are red giants. With an estimated age of about 11 billion years, this ancient cluster is one of the Milky Way's relics from the early universe. Snap, son. Come on, you can do it. 2 more exposures. Oof. Come on. I can still do that. I will leave that like that. And we got another one. All right. And next, I'm going to go back to Messier 5. Actually, no. Actually, yes, let's try it. Switch. Hmm. Grabbing the 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. pile here. All right, we got this. Messier 5, a globular cluster located in the constellation Serpens. M5 is known for being one of the oldest globular clusters with an estimated age of around 13 billion years. It contains over 100,000 stars and is particularly striking when viewed through a telescope. That is pretty cool looking. globular clusters, globular clusters, globular clusters. All right. So let's hit Messier 12. No. There's a reason why we are waiting until, yeah. We are pretty much caught up until Schnikes. The rest of these aren't even going to pop up until about 2 a.m. So I am going to mute the mic. I'm going to throw up another video for y'all to watch while I hunt down the Owl Nebula and what we actually got. So I will get back with y'all at 2. Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in March and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Gemini. Known for its striking stars and rich mythological history, Gemini is not just a duo of twinkling lights in our winter and spring skies, but a gateway to understanding the cosmos. Stick around and let me tell you all about this constellation. As we venture into the colder months, Gemini begins to make its grand appearance in the northern hemisphere's winter and spring skies. This is the time when stargazers, whether they're seasoned astronomers or curious beginners, can spot this unique constellation rising prominently after sunset. But what makes Gemini so special? Apart from its clear visibility during this season, it's steeped in rich mythology. Gemini represents the legendary twins Castor and Pollux, figures deeply rooted in Greek mythology. These twins were not only seen as mighty warriors, but also as protectors, a theme that resonates throughout their mythological tales. Delving deeper into the lore of Gemini brings us to the heart of its mythology, the story of Castor and Pollux, known as the Dioscuri in Greek mythology. These twin brothers, born from the same mother but different fathers, represent a tale of brotherhood, bravery, and immortality. Castor, the mortal son of the king of Sparta, was renowned for his prowess in horse riding and combat. On the other hand, Pollux, the divine son of Zeus, was an unbeatable boxer. Together, they embarked on numerous adventures, showcasing their strength and courage. Their most famous exploits include joining Jason and the Argonauts in the quest for the Golden Fleece and the rescue of Helen, their sister, which predated the Trojan War. However, their story takes a tragic turn when Castor's mortality leads to his death. Stricken by grief, Pollux, an immortal, begs his father Zeus to share his immortality with his twin. Moved by this act of brotherly love, Zeus grants them a place among the stars, where they would be together forever. This story of Castor and Pollux not only highlights their bravery and adventures, but also symbolizes the unbreakable bond of brotherhood. It's a narrative that transcends time, reminding us of the enduring human values found in these ancient tales. As we look up at the stars of Gemini, we're reminded of this timeless bond, a celestial tribute to brotherly love and sacrifice. As we navigate through the constellation of Gemini, it's crucial to highlight the stars that give this constellation its brilliance and character. Each star in Gemini tells a story, not just in mythology, but also in the language of astronomy through its light and distance from our planet. Firstly, let's meet Castor and Pollux, the brightest stars named after the mythological twins. Castor, technically a star system rather than a single star, shines at a magnitude of around 1.6 and is approximately 51 light-years away from Earth. Pollux, the brighter of the two, glows with a magnitude of 1.1 and is about 34 light-years distant. These stars, while named after twins, are quite different in their astronomical characteristics, highlighting the diversity within the constellation. Next, there's Alhena, marking the left foot of the twin Pollux. Alhena shines with an apparent magnitude of 1.9 and is located around 105 light-years from us. This star adds to the geometric beauty of Gemini, helping to outline the form of the celestial twins. But Gemini's allure doesn't end here. Kappa Geminorum, also known as Al-Kirkab, is another notable star. It has an apparent magnitude of 3.57 and is located about 143 light-years away. This star may not be as bright as Castor or Pollux, but it plays its role in the constellation's shape and story. Lastly, we have Tajat Posterior, a name that derives from Arabic, meaning the heel. Tajat Posterior, with an apparent magnitude of 3.15, lies around 230 light-years from Earth. This star, although not as prominent as Castor or Pollux, adds to the depth and complexity of the constellation. Let's look at each one in more detail. Castor and Pollux stand out as celestial beacons, each with its own unique story. These stars, named after the mythological twins, have been a source of fascination and wonder for centuries. Castor, despite being the second brightest star in Gemini, is actually a complex star system made up of 6 components. This multi-star system is a stunning example of cosmic complexity and beauty. From Earth, Castor appears to have a pale white hue, a reflection of its hot and energetic nature. What's intriguing is that Castor isn't actually twinned with Pollux in a cosmic sense. It's a unique star system that stands on its own in the vastness of space. Pollux, on the other hand, is the brighter of the two and has a distinctly orange hue, indicative of its status as a giant star. It's a single star, unlike its twin. Its steady, bright light has been a guiding beacon for navigators and a point of interest for astronomers. Pollux's calm luminosity contrasts with the complex nature of Castor, yet together they create a harmonious balance in Gemini. Both of these stars have played a significant role in navigation and astrology throughout history. In navigation, they have been used for celestial positioning due to their brightness and position in the sky. In mythology, they symbolize the bond of brotherhood, with their eternal presence in the night sky serving as a reminder of the enduring nature of relationships. Despite their namesake, Castor and Pollux are a study in contrasts. One a complex system, the other a solitary giant. One white, the other orange. Yet in their differences, they embody the essence of Gemini: diverse, complementary, and endlessly fascinating. Alhena, located at the left foot of Gemini, is also known by its traditional name, Almason, which is derived from the Arabic phrase meaning the proud one. This name is a nod to its status in the sky, marking a significant point in the celestial twins' figure. Alhena's position in Gemini is not just an astronomical marker, but also a cultural and historical point of reference, linking us to the ancient astronomers who first charted the skies. In terms of its astronomical characteristics, Alhena is fascinating in its own right. It's a binary star, meaning it's actually composed of 2 stars orbiting each other. This binary nature adds to the complexity and beauty of what we see as a single point of light. Alhena's primary component is a giant star, larger and brighter than our Sun, showcasing the diversity of star types within the Gemini constellation. Kappa Geminorum, also known as Al-Kirkab, deserves special attention. The name Al-Kirkab comes from Arabic, translating to the rider, a fitting title for a star in a constellation known for its mythological association with the horsemen Castor and Pollux. This star, located at Gemini's left shoulder,
is more subdued compared to the brighter stars of Gemini, like Castor and Pollux, but that doesn't diminish its importance in the constellation's tapestry. In terms of its astronomical features, Kappa Geminorum is a fascinating subject. It's a red giant star, indicating a later stage in a star's life cycle. This status as a red giant makes it an excellent subject for studying stellar evolution, as red giants represent a future phase for many stars, including our own Sun. What's particularly intriguing about Kappa Geminorum is its color and brightness, which offer a contrast to the brighter, more prominent stars in Gemini. This diversity in stellar characteristics within the same constellation is a beautiful example of the complexity and variety found in our night sky. Tajat posterior, also known as Mu Geminorum, marks the right foot of the twin Castor. Derived from Arabic, it translates to the heel, a reference to its position in the constellation as part of the mythical figure. This star, like many others, carries with it the legacy of ancient astronomical traditions, bridging the gap between the past and present in our understanding of the night sky. Astronomically, Tajat posterior is a red giant star, indicating that it's in a more advanced stage of its stellar life. Its reddish hue, characteristic of red giants, adds a distinct color contrast within the constellation. This star's evolution from a main sequence star, similar to our Sun, to a red giant offers us a glimpse into the future of stellar development, a process that spans millions of years. In the constellation of Gemini, we find a microcosm of the universe's wonders, stories of brotherhood, cycles of stellar evolution, and the enduring legacy of human curiosity. From the contrasting twins, Castor and Pollux, to the guiding lights of Alhena, Kappa Geminorum, and Tajat posterior, each star has revealed a facet of this constellation's splendor. So when you step outside in March in the Northern Hemisphere, look up and say hi to Gemini, and think about all the wonders it shares with us. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up.
Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in April and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Hydra, the serpent in the southern skies. Stick around and let me tell you all about this constellation. Hydra's history is steeped in mythology. According to Greek mythology, it represents the Lernaean Hydra, a monstrous water serpent with many heads. When one head was cut off, two more would grow in its place. Hercules, the mythical hero, defeated it as one of his 12 labors. Despite its mythological significance, Hydra isn't particularly bright or packed with notable stars. Its brightest star, Alphard, or the solitary one, serves as the serpent's heart and is easily visible to the naked eye under dark skies. This alpha star boasts an apparent magnitude of approximately 2.0 and is situated about 177 light-years away. Alphard is a solitary orange giant, adding a warm glow to the celestial seascape. Next up, we have Beta Hydrae, which is a binary star system. Beta Hydrae A shines with an apparent magnitude of about 4.27, while Beta Hydrae B joins the dance with an apparent magnitude of approximately 5.78. These stars waltz around 365 light-years from Earth, captivating celestial audiences with their stellar performance. Moving to the southernmost point of Hydra, we encounter Gamma Hydrae. This double star system dazzles with an apparent magnitude of about 3.0 and resides approximately 132 light-years away. Gamma Hydrae is like a celestial guide, marking the southern tip of Hydra for night sky navigators. Delta Hydrae adds its own spark to the Hydra constellation. This binary system features Delta Hydrae A shining with an apparent magnitude of about 4.14, and Delta Hydrae B, a fainter companion with an apparent magnitude of approximately 8.8. They twirl around each other approximately 108 light-years from Earth, creating a cosmic blaze in the Hydra sky. The constellation also hosts several deep sky objects, like the Hydra cluster of galaxies and the Ghost of Jupiter, a planetary nebula. While Hydra doesn't boast the fame of constellations like Orion or Ursa Major, its vast expanse and the tales woven into its stars make it a captivating target for skywatchers and astrophotographers alike. For those of us passionate about the night sky, Hydra embodies the spirit of discovery and the endless stories written in the stars. From Alphard, the warm heart of the serpent, to the captivating dance of Beta Hydrae's binary stars, Hydra offers a unique window into the wonders of the universe. So when you step outside in April in the Northern Hemisphere, look up and say hi to Hydra, and think about all the wonders it shares with us.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up.
Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in May and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Leo, the Lion. Stick around and let me tell you all about this majestic constellation. In Greek mythology, Leo is most famously linked to the Nemean lion, a fearsome beast that was virtually invincible due to its impervious hide. This lion is a central figure in the tale of the 12 labors of Hercules. According to the legend, Hercules was tasked as his first labor to kill the Nemean lion, which he eventually accomplished by strangling it after discovering that weapons couldn't penetrate its hide. After killing the lion, Hercules used its own sharp claws to skin it and wore the pelt as armor. In ancient Egypt, the lion represented the fierce heat of the sun and was linked to the war goddess Sekhmet, who was often depicted as a lioness. Sekhmet was a powerful deity believed to breathe fire and was the protector of the pharaohs. Her fierce nature embodied the characteristics of the midsummer sun, aligning with the time when the sun is in its sign of Leo. Leo is not just famous for its mythological significance. It's also ideally viewed in the month of May. Early in the month, Leo is almost overhead in the evening sky, making it a fantastic spectacle for stargazers. At the heart of Leo is Regulus, also known as the heart of the lion. This blue-white star is the 21st brightest star in the sky with an apparent magnitude of 1.35 and is actually a multiple star system. Above Regulus, forming the mane of the lion, is Algeba, a beautiful double star with an apparent magnitude of 2 to 2.1, and a notable target for those interested in observing binary star systems. Following the curve of the lion's mane to its tail, you'll find Denebula, with an apparent magnitude of 2.14. Unlike Regulus, Denebula is a lone star, but it offers a stark contrast with its cooler and less luminous nature. For those of you who love celestial events, keep your eyes peeled for the May meteor showers. Although Leo does not host its own major showers this month, its presence in the sky enhances the backdrop of these dazzling displays. To best view Leo, find a dark sky location away from city lights. The constellation is so distinct that it can often be seen with the naked eye under good conditions. For a closer look, a pair of binoculars or a small telescope can reveal not just the stars, but also some fainter objects, like galaxies that lie within Leo's boundaries. So whether you're a seasoned astronomer or a casual stargazer, the constellation Leo offers a wealth of sights to explore. Make sure to take advantage of the warm May nights to catch a glimpse of the lion prowling the heavens.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up.
Howdy, Earthlings!
If you step outside in June and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Corona Borealis. Stick around and let me tell you all about this majestic constellation. Corona Borealis, also known as the Northern Crown, is located in the sky of the Northern Hemisphere between Bootes and Hercules. For some reason, the astronomy software Starry Night left off 3 stars of this constellation: Beta Corona Borealis, Iota Corona Borealis, and Theta Corona Borealis. I did some research, but I haven't found a reason for this yet. If you know, please leave me a note in the comments below. This constellation is pretty special to me. My nephew's last name is Corona, with a different spelling. And a couple of years ago, he and his wife had their first daughter in June. So now when I think of this constellation, I think of it as her crown. She just turned 2 this month, and I'm already planning to buy her first telescope. Corona Borealis is mainly made up of 7 stars that form the characteristic semicircular pattern that resembles a crown. Alpha Coronae Borealis, Beta Coronae Borealis, Gamma Coronae Borealis, Delta Coronae Borealis, Epsilon Coronae Borealis, Theta Coronae Borealis, and Iota Coronae Borealis. They range from 75 light-years from Earth to 380 light-years from Earth, and apparent magnitudes of 2.21 to 4.63, and come in a variety of star types. Alpha Coronae Borealis, or Alphaca, is the star closest to us, at 75 light-years away, with an apparent magnitude of 2.21. Alpha Coronae Borealis is actually an eclipsing binary star. Alpha Coronae Borealis A is a white main sequence star with a surface temperature of about 9,700 Kelvin and a mass of 2.58 solar masses. Alpha Coronae Borealis B is a yellow main sequence star that's similar to our Sun in temperature and color, with a mass of 0.92 solar masses. These 2 stars orbit each other, creating a dynamic system that is fascinating to astronomers and contributes to our understanding of stellar evolution. Beta Coronae Borealis, Gamma Coronae Borealis, Iota Coronae Borealis, and Theta Coronae Borealis are also binary star systems, with stars larger than our own Sun, ranging from blue-white stars to white main sequence stars. Delta Coronae Borealis has evolved from a blue-white main sequence star to a giant yellow star, with its mass 2.4 times that of our Sun and 7.4 times our Sun's radius. It's considered to be in a more advanced stage of its stellar life cycle. Epsilon Corona Borealis is an orange giant star that astronomers believe has exhausted its core hydrogen fuel and expanded to a larger and brighter size compared to main sequence stars. It's about 1.7 times the mass of our own Sun. There are other stars within Corona Borealis that don't make up the main constellation. One such star, Rho Coronae Borealis, actually has an exoplanet orbiting around it. Rho Coronae Borealis C is a Neptune-like planet that has a mass of 28.2 Earths and takes 102.2 days to complete its orbit. Corona Borealis is also home to a number of deep space objects, including the Corona Borealis supercluster. The supercluster is one of the largest known structures in the universe, consisting of multiple galaxy clusters. Corona Borealis is also home to a number of deep sky objects listed in the Messier catalog, as well as other astronomical catalogs. These objects include a variety of galaxies with varying magnitudes and are part of the rich tapestry of the night sky within this constellation. So there you have it. The constellation Corona Borealis is special for a number of reasons, even if it's not one of the more famous constellations in our night sky. This northern crown is home to many, many jewels and treasures, perfect for a little girl growing up with a sky nerd for an aunt. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, And ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up.
Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in July and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Sagittarius. Stick around and let me tell you all about this celestial archer. Sagittarius is one of the largest constellations in the southern sky, occupying an area of 867 square degrees. It's easily recognizable by its famous teapot asterism, which is a delightful pattern formed by its brightest stars. Let's meet some of the major stars that make up Sagittarius. Cos Australis, or Epsilon Sagittarii, is the brightest star in Sagittarius, with an apparent magnitude of 1.79. At about 143 light-years from Earth, Cos Australis is actually a binary star system consisting of two stars, Epsilon Sagittarii A and Epsilon Sagittarii B. Cos Australis marks the southern tip of the Archer's bow and is part of the teapot asterism, along with other stars like Cos Media and Cos Borealis. Nunki, or Sigma Sagittarii, is a relatively young star estimated at about 31 million years old. With an apparent magnitude of 2.05, Nunki is about 3,300 times more luminous than our Sun, and way hotter, with a surface temperature of about 18,890 degrees Kelvin. Our Sun is only 5,800 degrees Kelvin, and if it were as hot as Nunki, Earth would be toasted to a crisp right now. Acela, or Zeta Sagittarii, is another multiple star system, with an apparent magnitude of 2.60 and sitting about 89 light-years from Earth. Some say it's a binary star system, only counting Zeta Sagittarii A and B. They'll leave out Zeta Sagittarii C because it's a much dimmer Class K dwarf star, and it's separated from A and B by about 75 arcseconds. The Sagittarius constellation is actually at the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way, with the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A at the center. It's a great place for beginning astronomers to start their journey because there's so much cool stuff to see there. It's densely packed with stars, star clusters, and nebulae that can be seen with a decent telescope. It's also the home of 15 of the 110 Messier objects, including the Lagoon Nebula, Messier 8, the Omega Nebula, Messier 17, and the Trifid Nebula, Messier 20. From its brightest stars to its fascinating deep sky objects, Sagittarius offers a celestial adventure like no other. So no matter whether you have a telescope or not, if you go outside and enjoy the warm July nights, look up and find the constellation Sagittarius and enjoy the beauty the center of our galaxy has to offer.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up.
Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in August and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Cygnus. Stick around and let me tell you all about the celestial swan. Cygnus is one of the most recognizable constellations in the Northern Hemisphere, especially during the summer and autumn months. Its brightest star, Deneb, forms part of the famous Summer Triangle along with Vega and Altair. In Greek mythology, Cygnus represents a swan. One popular myth tells the story of Zeus transforming into a swan to seduce Leda, the queen of Sparta. Another tale speaks of Orpheus, who was transformed into a swan and placed in the sky next to his lyre, represented by the constellation Lyra. Cygnus is also known for its distinctive cross shape, often referred to as the Northern Cross. This asterism makes it easy to spot in the night sky.
Let's take a closer look at some of the major stars in Cygnus. Deneb, or Alpha Cygni, is the brightest star in Cygnus with an apparent magnitude of 1.25. It's approximately 2,615 light-years away from Earth. Saturn, also known as Gamma Cygni, is located at the heart of the Northern Cross and has an apparent magnitude of 2.23 and is about 1,523 light-years away. Albareo, or Beta Cygni, is known for its striking blue and gold double star system. It has an apparent magnitude of 3.05 and is roughly 385 light-years away. Algana, also known as Epsilon Cygni, is also a double star system. It has an apparent magnitude of 2.48 and is 72 light-years away from Earth, making it the star in Cygnus closest to us. Phawaris, or Delta Cygni, is yet another double star system that has an apparent magnitude of 2.86 and is about 171 light-years away. Within Cygnus, there are several fascinating deep sky objects. The North American Nebula, named for its resemblance to the continent, is a large emission nebula located near Deneb. The Veil Nebula, a remnant of a supernova explosion, is another stunning feature within Cygnus. Cygnus is also home to Cygnus X1, one of the strongest X-ray sources in the sky. This binary system consists of a blue supergiant star and a stellar mass black hole, providing valuable insights into the nature of black holes. So if you go outside in August and gaze up at the night sky, look for the graceful swan gliding through the Milky Way. Cygnus is not just a constellation, it's a gateway to some of the most intriguing and beautiful sights in our universe. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up. Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in September and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Andromeda. Stick around and let me tell you all about this stellar sight. Andromeda is named after the princess in Greek mythology who was chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a sea monster. This constellation is not only rich in myth, but also in stellar wonders. Let's start with the brightest star in Andromeda, Alpheratz. Also known as Alpha Andromedae, Alpheratz is a binary star system located about 97 light-years from Earth. It's a blue-white star that shines with a magnitude of 2.06, making it easily visible to the naked eye. Next, we have Merak, or Beta Andromedae. This red giant star is approximately 197 light-years away and has a magnitude of 2.07. Merak serves as a guidepost for finding other celestial objects, such as the Andromeda Galaxy. Another notable star is Almach, or Gamma Andromedae. Almach is a beautiful multiple star system about 350 light-years from us. Through a telescope, you can see its striking contrast of colors, with the primary star being golden yellow and its companion appearing blue. Andromeda is also home to the famous Andromeda Galaxy, or Messier 31, the nearest spiral galaxy to our Milky Way. It's visible to the naked eye from dark locations and is a spectacular sight through binoculars or a small telescope. So if you go outside in September and gaze up at the night sky, look for the Andromeda constellation, a treasure trove of celestial wonders. From its bright stars to its neighboring galaxy, it's a reminder of the vastness and beauty of our universe. Howdy, Earthlings! If you step outside in October and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Cassiopeia. Stick around for a royal night under the stars, and let me tell you all about this stellar crown. Cassiopeia
has been a part of human history and lore for centuries. In Greek mythology, Queen Cassiopeia was placed in the sky as punishment for her vanity. She's forever tied to her daughter Andromeda, whose constellation I told you about in September. Cassiopeia was first catalogued by the Greek astronomer Ptolemy in the 2nd century CE and contains many notable deep sky objects, including the open clusters Messier 52 and Messier 103, the Bubble Nebula, the Heart Nebula, and the Soul Nebula. The constellation Cassiopeia is easily recognizable due to its distinctive shape formed by 5 of its brightest stars, which is either an M or a W, depending on what date, time, and location you're viewing it from. CAF, also known as Beta Cassiopeiae, is situated around 54 light-years away and has an apparent magnitude of about 2.28. CAF is a part of a binary star system where its 2 stars orbit each other. This star system has an eccentric orbit, meaning the distance between the 2 stars varies significantly over time. Shadar, also known as Alpha Cassiopeiae, is located approximately 228 light-years away from Earth and shines with an apparent magnitude of about 2.24. Shadar is an aging giant star, much larger and cooler than our Sun. Shining in Cassiopeia's heart, we find Gamma Cassiopeiae, located approximately 550 light-years away from Earth and radiating with an apparent magnitude of about 2.15. Gamma Cassiopeiae is a peculiar star, known for its variability in brightness and rapid rotation. Its variability is caused by a disk of gas and dust surrounding the star, which periodically obstructs our view of it. Rukba, also known as Delta Cassiopeiae, is situated around 100 light-years away and gleams with an apparent magnitude of about 2.68. Rukba is part of a binary star system with 2 stars orbiting each other closely. Sagan, also known as Epsilon Cassiopeiae, is a prominent star in the constellation Cassiopeia. It has an apparent magnitude of 3.37, making it the 5th brightest star in Cassiopeia and is located approximately 470 light-years from Earth. Sagan is a B3V star, indicating it's a main sequence star that is still fusing hydrogen in its core, and it shines with a luminosity of around 2,500 times that of the Sun. So if you go outside in October and gaze up at the night sky, look for Cassiopeia, a constellation filled with mythological stories and deep sky spectacles.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up. Howdy, Earthlings. If you step outside in November and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Pegasus. Stick around and let me tell you all about this mythological winged horse in the sky. Pegasus carries rich mythological lore. In Greek mythology, Pegasus sprang from the blood of Medusa and was tamed by the hero Bellerophon. This constellation has been a symbol of inspiration for centuries, represented in various ancient cultures and star maps. The 4 stars forming the Great Square are Alpheratz, Sheit, Markab, and Algenib. Though Alpheratz is technically part of the Andromeda constellation, it's often associated with Pegasus. Alpheratz is actually a spectroscopic binary star, meaning it consists of 2 stars orbiting each other so closely that they appear as a single point of light to the naked eye, with a combined magnitude of 2.06. It lies approximately 97 light-years from Earth. Sheit, or Beta Pegasi, is a red giant star that shines with a magnitude of 2.42 and is approximately 196 light-years from Earth. Markab, or Alpha Pegasi, sits around 133 light-years away, boasting a magnitude of 2.49. Its spectral type is B9.5111, indicating it's a blue star and one of the hotter stars in the universe. Algenib, or Gamma Pegasi, completes the square, lying roughly 391 light-years away with a magnitude of 2.84. This blue-white star has a surface temperature of around 21,179 Kelvin and shines with a luminosity of about 5,840 times that of our own Sun. Expanding beyond the Great Square, we have Enif, or Epsilon Pegasi, the brightest star in Pegasus, an orange supergiant approximately 690 light-years away with a magnitude of 2.38. Then there's Mater, or Eta Pegasi, a binary star system about 167 light-years distant with a combined magnitude of 2.95. Pegasus is also home to several deep sky objects, including Messier 15, a dense globular cluster located near the head and neck of Pegasus, and the Dirichlet Group, a spiral galaxy often compared to our Milky Way due to its similar structure. So if you go outside in November and gaze up at the night sky, look for Pegasus, a mythical constellation that's home to bright stars and beautiful deep sky objects. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up. Howdy, Earthlings. If you step outside in December and the sky is clear, there's a great chance you'll see the constellation Perseus. Stick around and let me tell you all about this mythological hero in the sky. In Greek mythology, the gods placed Perseus in the sky as a constellation to honor his bravery and adventures. He's best known for his daring mission to slay the Gorgon Medusa, a creature with snakes for hair whose gaze could turn people to stone. On his return journey, he rescued Princess Andromeda from a sea monster. She'd been chained to a rock as a sacrifice due to her mother's boast about her beauty. Perseus used Medusa's head to turn the monster to stone and freed Andromeda, later marrying her. The constellation Perseus is rich in deep sky objects and is home to the famous Perseid meteor shower that occurs every August. The constellation itself is made up of about 20 main stars that form the recognizable pattern. If you include stars visible through telescopes, the number jumps significantly. Notable stars in Perseus include Algol, or the demon star, Murphak, Attic, and Menkib. Algol, or Beta Persei, is perhaps more famous, also known as the demon star. This eclipsing binary star system, located around 92.8 light-years away, has a magnitude that varies between 2.12 and 3.39 over a period of 2.867 days. Murphak, or Alpha Persei, is the brightest, about 590 light-years away with a magnitude of 1.79. It's an enormous supergiant star at Perseus' center, easily visible to the naked eye. Attic, or Zeta Persei, is a blue-white supergiant, approximately 750 light-years distant, shining with a magnitude of 2.86. Menkib is another blue-white supergiant. Its apparent magnitude is 3.79, and it resides approximately 1,200 light-years away. You can also find Messier 34, an open star cluster containing about 100 stars, and Messier 76, the Little Dumbbell Nebula, within the constellation. I've managed to capture both of these objects with my Seastar S50 Smart Telescope. So if you go outside in December and gaze up at the night sky, look for the epic hero Perseus and his collection of stellar treasures. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. Click that subscribe button for more content from Texas Dark Skies, and ding that notification bell to get notifications when new videos are posted. Take care of yourselves, and in the words of my favorite personal astrophysicist, keep looking up.
All right, my friends. So, I bet you could tell by the last couple of videos there that I had oral surgery at the end of October. That was fun. I sounded like Sylvester the cat. During that break, I went ahead and hunted down the Owl Nebula. It seems that I mixed that up with sheet 108 for the Surfboard Galaxy, so I did go ahead and snag that. And I looked through my sheets, and we won't have another object to look at until 3 o'clock. So I am going to go ahead and set the screen to be right back, and we will be back at 3 a.m. I would throw on a video. Well, I could find a video. Give me a moment. Those are short videos. Yeah. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 videos, but that's less than an hour. I'm going to go ahead and just throw this on. And we will be back at 3, hopefully with clearer skies.
NASA is preparing for a journey back to the moon, and after that, we're setting our sights on Mars. To get there, we need tons of rocket power coming from our Space Launch System.
When it comes to how much power this thing can push out, this thing is massive.
It's going to be mesmerizing to stand next to this massive vehicle. The immensity of it, knowing that this thing is going to be propelling a rocket into space and around the moon.
Hang on, it's probably best to start back at the beginning. It all started in Promontory, Utah, where Northrop Grumman manufactured each of the segments that make up the rocket's boosters. After a 10-day cross-country journey, the booster segments were delivered to Kennedy Space Center's Rotation, Processing, and Surge Facility, or RPSF. If this all sounds familiar, that's because it's the same facility that was used to process shuttle booster segments, which all came from Utah. Then they're ready to go to the iconic Vehicle Assembly Building, or VAB, where the rest of the motor segments are assembled and stacked on top of the mobile launcher.
So the one thing about this vehicle, of course, it's produced all across the country. Components all come here. They may be built around the country, but they all come together right here in the Vehicle Assembly Building.
Our SLS rocket will generate 8.8 million pounds of thrust to break through Earth's gravitational pull. That's more power than the Space Shuttle and the Saturn V rocket used. Teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems are responsible for assembling the boosters that will house the majority of that power. The twin solid rocket boosters, made up of 10 total motor segments, will stand nearly 17 stories when fully stacked. First, teams will inspect and prep the hardware. Next, they're ready to start stacking the segments, a process that takes time, patience, and a steady hand.
Once we have everything done in high bay 4, we pick up the segment with a 325 crane, pick it up over the 16th floor crossover to where you see it now, and we begin stacking the segments. Each segment, we lift over the 16th floor crossover and stack it. Once we stack it, we put it on top of the segment below, and we put about 177 pins all the way around the whole thing to attach each segment.
and the pressure to perform the operation flawlessly can test the team's nerves.
There's a tremendous responsibility involved with processing flight hardware like this. It's nerve-wracking at times, but it's exciting. There's zero appetite for risk in a program like this.
We have a bunch of shuttle guys that are here to show us along the way. You know, if we get stuck, they're there to guide us. At the beginning of the stacking, it was very nerve-wracking. You know, with each segment that we stacked, a little bit of the nerve comes off. By the third or fourth one, it's easy peasy. You know, we're pushing through, all the jitters are gone, and we're just excited to get finished with it.
With all 10 booster segments now fully stacked on the mobile launcher, there's just one final piece of the puzzle to round out the power needed to get SLS off the ground and send it to space. Core stage. After a 900-mile journey aboard NASA's Pegasus barge, the SLS core stage, the largest rocket stage NASA has ever built, has made it to Kennedy Space Center.
Today is a huge day. This is the last piece of big hardware that we need for Artemis 1 processing. And we've just been waiting a long time for this part of the vehicle to arrive so that we can get going on the next steps of our stacking operations.
Standing an impressive 212 feet tall and weighing a whopping 188,000 pounds, the core stage came all the way from Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. The core stage went through round after round of rigorous testing, including what's called its Green Run series, truly putting its performance to the test. The series involved 8 rounds that looked at systems individually before culminating in pure power. With over 700,000 gallons of propellant flowing through the core stage and its RS-25 engines firing for 8 minutes straight, the successful final test resulted in some big emotions from the team.
We cried, we laughed, and we cheered because it was so emotional to see, the years of culmination coming through.
And that victory did not come without overcoming a few challenges, proving why at NASA we test as frequently and as hard as we do.
And we got to shut down. All personnel.
So we actually did a 1-minute test on the first hot fire test. And then we learned a lot from that. We understood the vehicle more, we made a few changes, and then we got back into our second hot fire test.
There was a lot of joy and workmanship and ownership of being able to work that process and be able to get it done. When we went for the second hot fire, and we went for the 500 seconds, that was just pure exhilaration.
Following its arrival at Kennedy, teams moved the core stage into the VAB, where it was lifted by a crane and placed in between the twin solid rocket boosters. Serving as the backbone of the rocket, the core stage will provide more than 2 million pounds of thrust to help send the Orion spacecraft on its trip around the moon.
Essentially, we have these 2 massive cranes that are located inside of the VAB, where we go ahead and we pick 2 points at the end of the core stage, one on the back portion of it and on the front portion of it. We lift it up to the point where we're able to transition it from a horizontal position over into a vertical position, and then essentially bring it way up to the top of the vehicle assembly building and cross it over into high bay 3, in which we ensure that we don't damage any part of the vehicle as it's incoming into its position.
NASA's largest rocket stage, now fully integrated with the twin boosters, is ready to get Orion off the Earth. But it will take one more critical component to give the capsule that extra push it needs to journey tens of thousands of miles beyond the moon. With just a single RL-10 engine, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, will provide over 20,000 pounds of thrust to send Orion on the ride of a lifetime. To connect the ICPS with the rocket stack, teams next added the launch vehicle stage adapter to the core stage, followed by the ICPS.
The ICPS is the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, and essentially it's somewhat of the upper stage of the entire SLS vehicle. And what that will do is propel the Orion capsule along with its service module over to its destination, which at this point in time will be the moon.
But before the spacecraft can be attached to the rocket, teams will conduct a series of tests to ensure all of SLS's components communicate properly with one another, plus the ground systems equipment, the launch control systems, and its software. Adding to the challenge, those methods for testing have changed significantly since the days of the Apollo program. Initially built in the 1960s to house assembly of the Saturn V, the VAB has undergone some major modifications to support several different kinds of rockets and spacecraft, whether they're going into low Earth orbit or venturing to deep space.
This high bay was Shuttle Heritage. Before that, it was Apollo Heritage. So there's upgrades that are still occurring today to include upgrades that will support Artemis 2 and Artemis 3.
When SLS blasts off from Kennedy's Launch Pad 39B, Orion isn't the only thing it will be sending to space. Hitching a ride with Orion are tiny shoebox-sized satellites called CubeSats that were loaded into the Orion stage adapter in Kennedy's Space Station Processing Facility. The extra room in the stage adapter provides a rare opportunity to send those CubeSats to deep space to conduct science and research of their own. And these CubeSats are on tap to study a range of topics, from the moon to asteroids to the effect of space radiation on living organisms. At this point, the stack is nearly complete. All that's missing is the spacecraft itself, which has been in the Launch Abort System facility, getting outfitted with one of the spacecraft's most crucial pieces.
The Launch Abort System is kind of that pointy solid rocket motor that's at the top of Orion, and it's there to protect the crew in the event of an emergency, so it's a very important system.
Fully integrated with its Launch Abort System, the Orion spacecraft slowly makes its way to the VAB in the overnight hours. Upon its arrival, teams carefully lift and lower it onto the Orion stage adapter. With this operation, stacking the most powerful rocket the world has ever seen is complete. And what a sight to behold.
We're trying to decide, what does exploration look like in the future when we retire shuttle? You know, what does our nation want to do? Where do we want to go? How do we want to explore? To see it go from those days of words and ideas in people's heads to the 3 programs we have today and the Artemis mission and all the hardware that's been produced in factories ranging from big aerospace companies to little mom and pop shops all over the country and the world. It's unbelievable, and I'm just really proud.
Before SLS and Orion can launch our nation into a new era of space exploration, a series of tests needs to take place inside the VAB, validating the rocket and spacecraft as an integrated system and paving the way for one final milestone: wet dress rehearsal. The 322-foot-tall, fully integrated rocket will roll out to Launch Pad 39B for a full test, allowing the launch team to run through a full launch countdown, but stopping just short of firing the engines.
I think we're going to be so proud when it rolls out of the VAB. I will personally be probably crying a little bit because it's such a big event. We worked so hard to get us to the day of rolling out. I'm probably going to be bawling when we launch it. See it through my tears because it's just a culmination of so much work from everybody.
We owe the advancement of science and research and technology to what we're doing here, and this is a big opportunity for us as a nation to reclaim our spot at the forefront of human space flight and exploration.
Artemis is going to be a major part of history. It most definitely is going to rock the space industry when it flies. This program is going to go to the moon. It's going to go to Mars. We need that. This country needs that. This world needs that.
I'm so excited. It's going to be a lot of work ahead of us, but Artemis 1 is going to surprise everybody.
What an exciting day at the Kennedy Space Center. You can see the Orion spaceship coming out of the ONC building where we've been assembling it for several years. As big a step as this is for us today in rolling out and starting the journey of Artemis 1 to the moon and beyond, we're really excited for this test program to get this vehicle flowing and to begin the next steps, which are to send humans back to the moon.
The twin sister of Apollo, Artemis is the name given to the program that will return humanity to the moon. And named after one of the largest constellations in the sky, Orion is the spacecraft destined to get us there. Through Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color on the lunar surface. And these missions will allow us to explore more of the moon than ever before, paving the way for long-term presence in lunar orbit.
We're rolling the Orion spacecraft out, but it's beginning its journey. We're really kind of at the end of the building process and the beginning of getting ready to go fly.
But before Orion can travel to our nearest celestial body, it must first make a few pit stops along the way to fuel up and get ready for flight.
As we leave here today, we're going to go to a facility that'll fuel the spacecraft with the rocket fuels and propellants it needs. We'll put a launch abort system on. We'll send it out to be stacked in the rocket and launched. And it's really the last few yards of the game.
Orion's journey to the moon began on the bayou. NASA's Messier assembly facility in New Orleans is where technicians with Lockheed Martin began welding the pieces of the spacecraft's underlying aluminum structure together. 1 year later, it arrived in Florida, taking up semi-permanent residence inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Engineers and technicians will spend the next years working almost around the clock, outfitting Orion with thousands of components and pushing the capsule through several rounds of rigorous testing as teams prepare for its flight around the moon. The first step, though, is the crew module's arrival.
When the crew module shows up here at the ONC building, it's really just a welded shell of the structure. When it gets here, we put it into a fixture called the bird cage tool, and we use that fixture to position and attach all of the mechanically attached primary and secondary structure for the crew module.
Part of that includes the heat shield, which protects the crew module as it blazes through Earth's atmosphere at astonishing speed as it returns home. Technicians with Lockheed bond those thermal protection system products onto the heat shield right here in the ONC. And they do the same for the crew module's forward bay cover.
We bond that on here, and basically this covers the forward bay of the crew module, such that once we come back into the atmosphere, this gets jettisoned and all of the landing system, i.e. parachutes, get deployed and slow the crew module down so that when it touches down in the ocean, it's only going a few miles an hour.
With the primary and secondary structures all attached, the crew module is tested to see how everything holds up. Orion is pressurized, stressing the welds to ensure they'll hold up under the proper loading. Afterwards, non-destructive evaluation of those welds is conducted to check for any voids or cracks. Once the structure is deemed strong enough, the crew module is moved just a few spaces down into the ONC's clean room for its next round of integrations.
We bring that structure into our clean room, which is you see behind me, because we need to start integrating the propulsion system and elements of the environmental control and life support subsystems, and those systems require a cleaner environment than the one we're standing in out here.
When all of that is done, the crew module is on the move again to the crew module integration station. There, all of the electrical systems, including wire harnesses and avionics boxes that control the crew module's guidance, navigation, communications, and its power subsystems, are integrated. Next, it's time to bring the spacecraft to life.
We power it up, And then we go into a whole series of functional tests to make sure all the subsystems that we've integrated up to that point are functioning properly.
But the crew module isn't the only thing that makes up the Orion spacecraft.
All the people, the work, the components that have gone into this vehicle, it's just an amazing feat.
Teams also worked closely with the European Space Agency to build the service module, the element that will power Orion on its journey around the moon. Once that arrives from Bremen, Germany, Lockheed moves forward with integrating the two.
The service module has a very similar life cycle to the crew module. We build it up structurally, we integrate the propulsion system and the other fluid systems, and then we integrate it electrically and power it up and do functional tests on it. And when we have a full service module and a full crew module, then we stack the two together and we have what's called the crew service module for Artemis 1.
Under the Artemis program, NASA plans to not only return to the moon, but to use that as a stepping stone to go farther than any human has ever gone before, Mars. To get there, it's truly a cross-country and international effort among thousands of individuals.
When you consider all the people, you know, at the Johnson Space Center, Marshall Space Flight Center, all across the agency, SLS, Orion, the European service module, Boeing and their team, Lockheed Martin and their team, and to see all of that come together on that launch when we send it on its way to the moon, it's going to be absolutely amazing, and we're going to have a lot of really proud, happy people.
Building a spacecraft destined for deep space exploration from the ground up is no easy task. And the fact that these teams have been able to come together and do just that in the midst of a global pandemic is nothing short of amazing.
You know, it really is a testament to the workforce. If you think about what we've been through over the years that they've been putting this together, and particularly think about the environment that this team was dealing with. We're dealing with COVID, and we're asking these folks to come into work every day and finish the spacecraft so we can keep this mission going. And we're ready, and we're excited. And so as they turn this over to us, we're ready to get going.
And really, this is only the start of Orion's path to the pad.
It's a little hard to put into words when you think about the fact that we are in the first flow of what will be our nation's deep space exploration program. It hits you in the heart, and it really speaks to why we all are doing what we're doing.
I never thought as a little kid growing up I'd be part of something like this today. Now as a dad of two young girls, to be able to tell them what I do and to be able to have them someday watch the first woman stand on the moon is pretty amazing to me personally.
As the Orion spacecraft departs the ONC, its next stop is the Multi-Payload Processing Facility, or MPPF, where teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems and prime contractor Jacobs will perform the next set of milestones, fueling and servicing the spacecraft.
We have a few months of hard but rewarding work ahead of us to get to launch, but this is it. This is our year. This is our time and what folks have worked so hard for.
Now, we're going to continue with processing, get that thing checked out, fueled, get the launch abort motor stuck on top of it.
With fueling of Orion's crew and service modules complete, the spacecraft moves from the MPPF into the Launch Abort System facility.
We just finished fueling the spaceship, and we moved it to the LASA facility, the Launch Abort System facility, to put the Launch Abort System on the top of Orion.
And in July 2019, teams completed a critical test, the Ascent Abort 2 flight test, to validate the Launch Abort System works as expected. After reaching an altitude of about 6 miles, where the test spacecraft experienced high-stress conditions expected during launch, the abort sequence triggered. Within milliseconds, the abort motor fired to pull the crew module away to safety. Its attitude control motor flipped the capsule into the proper orientation, and the jettison motor fired to release the crew module for a splashdown in the Atlantic Ocean.
I feel, just honored and humbled every day to be able to work on this stuff.
This rocket is just going to be absolutely amazing.
Now that the spacecraft's launch abort system is securely in place, Orion is ready for the next stop on its path to the pad, the Vehicle Assembly Building. Once inside, the spacecraft will be placed on top of the Space Launch System rocket, the most powerful rocket the world has ever seen.
Okay, friends. So the clouds have well and truly rolled in now, and we have complete cloud cover. And according to my weather app, it is going to be like that for the rest of the evening. Excuse me. So, I did go through the rest of my sheets to try to get all of my timings done. I did find that due to altitude, either max altitude during viewing time or altitude when it was dark, I had 17 no-goes. As for the ones that we missed due to weather, there's 31 of them. I do have... Come on. Downloads. I do have my bingo card to show y'all. So, that is where we are at. I got 2 bingos on the 41 through 50 and the 91 through 100. But that is what we accomplished this evening before the clouds rolled in. I am going to do some research and figure out a makeup day to get the rest of these, as well as between now and then, going ahead and trying to find some of the galaxies and stuff and get better shots of them. So keep an eye out, and I'll post in the community section on the YouTube channel, as well as on my Blue Sky and my Instagram, when I plan to shoot these. And I will be posting pictures from tonight on Instagram and Blue Sky, and a few in the comments or in the community section on the YouTube channel. So I'd like to thank all of y'all for hanging out with me. It has been fun. It has been an adventure. But since the clouds have rolled in, I don't know if there's going to be rain or not, so I'm going to go head outside and pick up the telescopes. So thank y'all for showing up, and in the words of my favorite astrophysicist, keep looking up.